Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24, Creator Team Career on the PC with Cadillac. Tonight is the start of Season 4. We will be doing our pre-season tonight and then doing Round 1, which should be Australia. You can see our brand new, very pink livery as chosen by those of you that watched the behind-the-scenes stream last night. So, let's get Season 4 underway. So here we are, 1st of January 2029. We've got 8.7 mil in the bank, 67 days until the first Grand Prix of the season. And we're going to need to spend that time doing some work on our car. Let's, before we take a look at where we stand right now in this season, let's just take a look at a summary of last season, see how things went for us. So, we take a look at the standings app. This is the driver stats for the whole season. You can see Oscar got the most wins with 7 wins from the 20 races. Doesn't count the sprints for some reason. Oh no, there we are. Max won 3 sprints, so he got the most sprint wins. Most podiums was Max. Most top 10 finishes was Oscar. We've got Oscar with the most pole positions. Highest average points was Oscar, which you might not be able to fully see. I'm going to need to shrink this a little bit. A little bit more. There we go. Oscar with the highest average points, 16.37 points per race. That's pretty impressive. Best average finish was Oscar, finishing in 4th. Best average grid position was Oscar with 4th. Most DNFs was Schumacher, as we saw, not counting the sprint retirements as well. Best defense success rate was Ocon. He took that away from us, but we did get the most defense per race, which was Hamilton with 14. Best overtake success rate was Norris with the most overtakes per race as well, and the most positions gained per race. He averaged 3 positions gained every race. That's pretty good. Most fastest lap, Charles Leclerc. Most drivers of the day, Alex Albon. Let's take a quick look at the head-to-head between Hamilton and Hadjar. This is going to be quite sobering, I think. So, this covers all 20 of the Grand Prix, but none of the sprints. And we can see that in the 16 races that they competed in alongside each other, Hamilton finished ahead of Hadjar 15 times. He had 3 retirements, one of which we manually did in Brazil at the end there. And 1 retirement for Isaac. In terms of qualifying, it was an 18-2 stomping, but Hadjar did get a couple on Lewis. Points, 3 times the points for Hamilton. He got that 1 win. He had 2 podiums to Hadjar's 1, and Hadjar's 1 podium was that 2nd place in Jeddah that Hamilton got the win. Top 10 finishes, 7 of those for Hamilton, 4 for Hadjar, so that's pretty good. Hadjar was able to get on into the top 10 4 occasions. And then best race finish, obviously winning and 2nd, both at Jeddah. Best grid position on average, I think, is 6th. Neither driver got a pole position. Overtake percentage, 46%, give or take, for Lewis. 38% for Isaac. Defense, about a 10% difference between the two. Race pace, less than 0.3 between them, and 2.5 in qualifying pace. So we know that when Hadjar had a competitive car, he was close to Hamilton, not able to consistently stay with him or beat him, but he was close. And obviously his form dropped as we had to start taking parts away, and engine issues started creeping in as well. But this could be a decent season for Hadjar. We should see some improvement in the head-to-head stats this season. I think what's also going to be interesting is taking a look at the head-to-head between Max and Oscar. So Oscar beat Max in 10 of the 10 races 8 for Verstappen. They both had a DNF. It was 9-8 in the qualifying between Oscar and Max. There's the points tally, just 4 points between them at the end of the year. 7 wins for Oscar against 5 for Max. Max with the extra podium. Top 10 finishes, 1 extra for Oscar. And then we look at best race finish. They both finished first. Their best grid position was both first. 7-6 in pole positions for Oscar. The overtake ratio actually higher for Max, but the defense ratio better for Oscar. And look at the race pace difference. 0.02 of a second. 0.006 of a second average difference between them in qualifying. Now, of course, Max not on the grid this year. He's going to be going up against Charles Leclerc as his teammate this year. Max off the grid. So it will be very interesting to see how Oscar stacks up with Charles Leclerc and how Leclerc does outside of Ferrari, as he now got himself into a position where he can actually challenge for a race win on a consistent basis. Can he fight for the title, or is Oscar going to prove a little bit too strong? And will Verstappen return to the grid in a Cadillac? Interesting times to be seen. Right, I think that's enough looking at the past. Time to look towards the future. Hello, Maicon, Farah, Victor. Adrian's here as well. Gridiron, good to see you guys. Hello to anyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. Let's start, first of all, by diving into the inbox and see what our email is. So car development is now open. That's the allocation of the ATR hours. We know we've got a reduced amount on what we had last year because of the rule reg changes. That's so we're going to get 6 MAU hours per period and 80 wind tunnel hours per period. It's every 2 months or so. Pit crew performance has dipped a bit. We were in the low to mid 80s. So you can see we dipped down into the high 70s. Car setup needs a bit of work still. And then our car reports. Again, because we've loaded and not carried straight through in one flowing movement, it's not going to give us that comparison between the two cars. It's just going to match the data. But we will see how we do. We have sponsor negotiations to sort out. We're going to do that in a second. But I am curious to see what our car actually looks like. We are the worst car on the grid. We know about that. But theoretically, we should be a bit closer. So looking at the grid average. Oh, wow. Top speed. We are down. Ooh, that's quite a lot. 1.5 kilometers an hour in top speed. We're down a fair bit in acceleration. DRS. We're down, about 5.5%, just over 5.5%. We're not too far away in the low speed. Not too far away in the medium speed. We're not too far away in the high speed. Dirty air tolerance, we're down about 4.5%. A little over 4.5%. That's not too bad. Tyre wear, we're down about 4.5%. Engine cooling, we're down just under 10%. So we've definitely got some catching up to do. But I'm hoping that we can actually take a good step forward this year. Let's take a quick look at our facilities. So we are refurbing the car park test centre. We're going to wait the 3 days for that to finish before we start doing any work. Suspension sims fine. Wind tunnel will need something soon. CFD sims fine. Design centre's brand new and shiny after its refurb at the end of last year. Factory does need a refurb, and we're going to jump on that straight away because that's going to take over a month. Why will it not let me do that? That's very weird. We might have to go forward a day. Team Hub looks pretty good, as does the race sim. Now a full level 5 race sim. Scouting department is, as always, flawless. We need to fix the weather centre as we get close to Melbourne. Boardroom is okay for now. Hospitality's fine. Helipad's fine. Tour centre's fine. Memorabilia room's fine. So, looking pretty good. And and very bright in that pink colour as well. Dino's here as well. Welcome, Dino. My throat's a little dry today. What are my thoughts on the Ferrari and Alpine liveries? Very disappointed with the Ferrari livery. Did not really like it at all. A Ferrari for me shouldn't have anything other really than red on it, you know, and maybe some black on the wings. Red car, black wings, I really like. That's a nice classic look. Did not like the big slob of white slabbed onto the car. An Alpine, disappointed because it's just so predictable. It's just always the same with Alpine. Again, no imagination, no creativity. It's just BWT's our sponsor, so let's throw a load of pink onto our blue car. And yeah, bit of a disappointment. So let's hope that we see something a bit more special. I'm curious to see what McLaren are going to do because of the rules about having to have more paint on the car. We might actually see a bit more colour from them this year, but I think it's still going to be predominantly black and an orange. Who knows? We'll see what happens with the other cars. But yeah, I just found the Ferrari livery very uninspiring. At least they tried to tie it in to the front of the car a bit rather than just having a big chunk on the engine cover, on the airbox, you know, sliding down and stopping for no apparent reason. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan. And the Alpine livery, very, very unoriginal and uninspiring. That's my thoughts. Maybe you guys have got different opinions, but we shall see how the rest of the reveals go. So let's jump into our sponsor negotiations. Let's see if we can actually get some extra money from the sponsors this year. So the main options we have are Starlink, Earthlight, which looks suspiciously like Slazenger / Puma. And then, oh wait, that's not Earthlight, is it? Yeah, Earthlight's the one that it's replacing. So maybe that is Slazenger. Or Puma. I think that's Slazenger. Then Mapei as well is the other option. So it's probably not going to be this one. It's a big injection of upfront cash, which we're not that hurting for, really. This gives us a nice, good chunk of money on race day. This gives us a really good chunk of money on a month-by-month basis. So, what's the difference? 2 million overall. Let's go with this one for now, and let's have a look at the optional things that we have as well. So we have Group 1001, Clear Spring Health, Pirelli, Inter, Qualcomm, Dell, Zapata, and Banorte, and United Rentals. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 yellows. We've got 2 purples and 3 blues. So I really am croaky today, aren't I? Let's go with that just for now. We're going to go with this one as our main, so we get that good injection of race day cash, and then we're going to make sure that we get the big extra packages as well. Let's go with Pirelli. I think that's Henrik originally. So now we're looking at 30 mil in engagements. We need something that's going to give us a nice extra boost there as well, possibly. We've already topped the million on our funding. Let's go with Dell for a nice little bit of extra cash all round, but a good injection of upfront cash. We're at 104.5. We still have one box to choose. Let's see. I think it has to be Clear Spring Health, doesn't it? Just to give us a bit more engagement. Race day looks pretty nice at 56 mil. So we'll go with that. Our funding budget for this year is the highest we've ever seen across any of the playthroughs that we've done. 112.6 million. That's really nice. We've got 2 level 4 sponsors there, and we've got a nice big level 5 at the top as well. So very, very pleased with our sponsor funding for this season. Performance reliance is going to be high. Their preference will be VIP activities, which is generally what I tend to try and funnel them into, that and driver experiences. So that's fine. I'm happy with that. Let's just hope we can perform on track. So there we go. Our team colours have been refreshed to go with the brand new livery. I do actually like all this flashing across the back there. Ties everything together really nicely, and it is a very bold colour. The uniforms have come out really great with that just thin pink stripe on a white and black suit. Yeah, we'll see what we do. So we can continue there. Don't need to change any of the actual sponsors on the car because they're all locked. So we'll get into our staffing in just a second. What do I recommend for first timers in terms of funding for upfront engagement and race day? Depends on your team situation. If you've got a team with a very, very small budget, very weak facilities, and you're going to need a lot of initial investment, usually upfront is a good way to try and get an immediate improvement in your facilities and still have money left over for car development. Engagement is always good because that is less dependent on results. It's more about getting a steady stream of money every 6 weeks from your sponsors. Race day, if you've got a good car or good driver combo, or in an okay car, it can mean that per race you can make a decent amount of money. But that's obviously assuming that you hit the highest of the 3 targets for each driver. Let's see. So we need to do our training for everybody. We'll start with our main drivers. We'll check what they're on. Hamilton is still on driver development to maintain his stats, and it seems to be working very nicely, so we'll leave him on that. Hadjar is on drive development. He's on short run pace. Let's see if we can find an area that might be better to work him in. Adaptability and accuracy could do with a little bit of an improvement. And smoothness as well. We might leave him on wet track. Smoothness, overtaking, defending, reactions, they're all a little lower. But it doesn't affect those two. We need it more than anything. I might end up just leaving him on this. Yeah, looking at that, I think we'll leave him on short run pace because if we improve the cornering, that means he just goes a bit faster. Likewise with the braking. Adaptability will improve him in wet races, and accuracy will improve his pace, especially in qualifying. So let's check the engineers, see what they're looking like. We're on balanced. Let's move him onto driver comms. That's these 2 weaker stats. Let's take a look at Mark Slade. He's unbalanced as well. These, of course, starting brand new contracts, which is why they've been reset. And we desperately want to get him on responsiveness to get that last point we need in composure and to really dial in the communication. You're surprised Hadjar's average already? Well, don't forget, we didn't start this until 2026, so there was already, some of that development time had gone. And he's now 2029, and he is 24 years old. So just because he's an average doesn't necessarily mean that he is way down. He could still be somewhere in the sort of like the 1.7, 1.6 range. I'm not entirely sure what the actual cutoff points are for maximum, very high, high, average, low, etc., etc. Let's take a look at the development drivers here. So Jack is still working on car development. That's good. This Jack should also be on that as well, I think, or is he on commercial? He's on car development. Pietro, he's on marketability. There we go. Daniel should still be on marketability. He is. Final year of contract for Riccardo Fittipaldi. And I think... Oh, no, Logan still has some time left because we re-signed him, didn't we? Logan should be on car development. And he is. And welcome to the team. Ugo is going to be on driver development. And we want to see what we need to really dial in on. So his cornering stats aren't bad. He's still in high development rate, so we absolutely needed to get that facility up to level 5 to make the most of him while we can. His accuracy is not great, so we need to dial up the accuracy. So we could go with that. That would improve his smoothness as well, and his adaptability and his control. I think that's a good place for us to start, and then we can, once we've got those stats up a bit, we can then move him over onto short run pace as well. So there we go. That's him done. Let's move on to our other staff. New arrival, Enrico Cardile has joined. Let's take a look at him. So weakest area is the chassis, so we definitely want to improve that. Might go with this bodywork. Yeah, let's go with the bodywork. Ian Gregg is still with us. What is he on? He's unbalanced. We need to work on his drag reduction. Let's go with that, I think. Actually, no, let's go with simulations. DRS. Drag reductions, a bit of extra medium speed downforce, which is usually the hardest of the three to improve, and airflow sensitivity. So we'll what's this one? Actually, no, let's go with this, because airflow management will be really useful towards improving our ability to follow in dirty air. So we'll get him on that. Will Courtney, another new arrival to the team. He is pretty balanced all round. I want him on training and processes. They're the two most important things there. There we go. A little bit of a drink. Let's reduce our engineering bill a bit as well. Save an extra little bit of cash. There we go. What else? We need to sort out the pit crew training. Let's get that started now. Okay, so let's go on to cumulative. So we're starting pretty good. So we're at 26 at the end of the first week. So let's take this day off. And then we'll start the second week. Take that day off. Gets us down to 22%. A little bit of a rest, but not a huge rest. I think, actually, what we'll do is we'll just reduce the intensity of the training in the second week a touch. So we're not carrying as much fatigue through into week 3. We want to be able to balance our training a bit better. So there we go. We start 16%, 17, 18, still at 18. Yeah, we really need to work on the car building for wing changes because it's terrible. So we'll have a full week of car work. Take this day off. And then we'll go back to doing a full week of gym training, I think. Because the fatigue's quite low thanks to that week of car building. I always like to try and get them back into the well-rested category at the earliest possible opportunity if they do drift into slightly fatigued. Just to... I don't know if having a prolonged period in there slows down how much they develop while they're still training, but I just have this impression that it does, so that's why I always try and get them back, you know, to a much more manageable level as quickly as possible with days off, rather than just booking a solid block of training like the AI does and then having like a week and a half to 2 weeks of nothing at all. We've got really good balance across our main stats. We've got our car building up to a comparable stat now as well. At this point, you can see our chance of a mistake is about 8.5%. We've got just over 2 seconds on the estimated pit stop. We've got a couple of days left that we can do, and I'm going to do a couple of days of split training, just mainly so that we don't actually degrade these any further. There we go. And then I could even get in another day here as well, I think. Just beautiful. So there we go. We've got a solid week of speed training, some mixed training, full-on car building for a week, and then we have another week of solid gym training, and then starting another week of mixed training. We end the month at 24% fatigue, so we should not start with a very high level of fatigue at all next month, and it should stay low for a while as well. We'll confirm those changes. Not a bad opening month for the pit crew. Right, let's take a look at the car in a bit more detail. Let's see which parts are really good, which parts are really bad. Most are going to be really bad. I don't think there's going to be anything that's particularly good, but you never know. Sometimes we get a nice little surprise. Yeah, pretty bad. Chassis is 68%. That's not good at all. Front wing. There you go. You see, we are 7th in medium speed. We're 1st in high speed. Nice. Terrible everywhere else, but the downforce isn't too bad. That's good. We can build on that. Rear wing. Again, downforce. Really good in the high speed. Not so good elsewhere this time. We're not the slowest in DRS. That's encouraging. Side pods. This is a part we can always improve quickly, and we need to because it's terrible. It's the worst on the grid. Underfloor. Following that trend, because we did some good investment in our downforce to counteract the losses from the reg changes, we are 3rd fastest in high speed. Sorry, 2nd fastest in the high speed, 3rd fastest in the medium speed, in terms of, or 3rd best, 2nd best, instead of the amount of downforce that we're generating from the underfloor, and mid-pack with the low speed. Everything else, again, is pretty garbage, but that's something, again, that we can build on. So the underfloor is pretty encouraging, and there's some encouragement with the front wing, not so much anywhere else on the car. Let's check the suspension now. And the suspension's not too bad either. Again, really strong in the high speed. Medium speeds, not bad. Middle of the pack, just below the median on the low speed there. Just above it with the medium. Everything else, garbage. So we've got some work to do. But all that time and money and effort that we put into improving the downforce for this season so far has paid off. But of course, it's early days. It's the 1st of January. It's 2 solid months before we get to Melbourne, and you can bet the other teams are going to be spending money as well. We now have 27.7 mil in the bank. So, we are going to spend that big on research. On development. We're going to go really big on development. Evening, Wayne. Evening, Daniel. Good to see you guys. Let's start then with the parts that we can always improve dramatically. What do I want to put my hours on? I think I'm going to put all my hours into the suspension. Because I really want to improve our tyre wear. Let's see what we can do with improving drag and speed on the car. We might actually need to put all of our hours on this, because it is an area where we are not amazing. So that's what it'll look like there. We'll give a nice little bit of extra downforce. We'll gain a bit of acceleration, a tiny bit of speed, a little bit of an improvement in DRS, slight improvement in the engine cooling. We'll strip some weight off the car. Because of the mod that we're running, it's only 10 kilos, not 20 kilos for the total extra weight for the parts. Let me see what that looks like if we throw the hours in on top. See how much of an improvement that gets us. Gets us an extra little bit of speed, but I don't think it's enough to justify putting the hours in when we could probably get better gains somewhere else. But what we can do, because we have the money, is we can go intense. There we go. In fact, actually, if we want to improve our speed, let's really go for it. Let's pump all the hours into the rear wing, because we're going to get the wings started, because we're going to hold off on the suspension for now. The wings take the longest to do, and they're the most expensive. So while we have the time and the money, let's get the wings, done with an intense build. So let's really try and squeeze extra speed and improve DRS. We want to improve our airflow sensitivity. I want to improve our low speed performance a little bit. Maybe the medium a touch as well. Don't want to lose any downforce. Let's go with that. Airflow sensitivity. Let's get an extra 1% on it. And then we'll reduce this down to a 2.4. We'll go nice and lightweight. Not going to go all the way to a 2.3. Actually, you know what? Let's go extreme. Let's go to a 2.3 on the durability of our rear wing, because they're cheap to build and very quick to build. So that will improve the downforce generation, because we've taken some weight out of it. It'll slightly improve the acceleration. And then everything else is as we set it. I don't normally go that aggressive with weight saving on the wings, but for the rear wing, we'll do that this year. One engineer, intense, 5.5 mil. Boom. There we go. Right, front wing. We've already used all of our hours. We definitely want to improve the airflow sensitivity. The wing is a great way to improve how well we can follow in dirty air. Again, we want to just work on our medium and low speed over the high speed. Tyre wear, it'd be nice to get a bit more out of that if we can. Airflow at the front. Let's do that. And then if we take some weight out, don't want to go that extreme, we'll go to 2.4 like that. And there we go. A tiny bit of acceleration, a bit of extra downforce, a bit of extra dirty air tolerance, slight improvement on the tyre wear, and a bit more weight taken off the car. And again, we're going to go intense. That's another 5.5 mil spent. So that is already $13.8 million that we've just spent on those three parts. And we're not done yet. We're going to throw in a new side pod as well, because again, we can strip all the weight off this. So again, we could potentially get some good gains here. Let's improve the engine cooling a touch. Let's improve the drag a touch. Let's not mess with the airflow too much. Let's see what else we can squeeze out of this. Yeah, we'll go with that. There we go. So an extra 1% in engine cooling. Stripping the weight out improves the performance of the airflow. So we'll get a bit of extra downforce generation. We'll also improve the acceleration with the extra weight gone. And putting the drag reduction in will help improve our speed nicely as well, which we definitely need to try and find a good chunk of performance on this season. And once again, we will go with intense. And that way, the next one should be better than just doing it on a normal build. So there we go. Four parts into production. We're down to just 10.9 mil already. I also need to do that facility refurb, don't I, on the factory. It still won't let me select it. So we're going to have to try and go forward a day. Oh, damn it. Damn it. So I was going to wait, didn't I? All right. We're going to reload. This is going to be a challenging season this year with the even harder, super hardcore version of Mark IV of the realistic racing. So we are going to make that wait. I completely forgot about that. So we'll quickly redo what we just did. Apart from the car development, we'll wait those 3 days. Hajar, we're leaving him as is. Hamilton, we're leaving as is. Javi, we moved him onto driver comms. Mark, we moved him onto responsiveness. Ugo, what do we put Ugo onto? We put him onto that, didn't we? There we go, wet track. And our other guys. So again, we're going to have to whiz through doing that training for the pit crew. But we know what we need to do now. We're going to do body work here. And Will Courtney is going to be on innovation. And Ian Gregg was on simulations. No, airflow intake, wasn't he? Yes. All right. So pit crew training. We'll quickly redo that. There we go. Cumulative. So that day off. This day off. And then this was a week of splits. Let's start there. There we go. And we did a full week of car building. And then we went full gym training again, didn't we? Oops. Just clicked off the screen. There we go. We're probably going to have to choose our sponsors again. Hope hasn't changed the selection. Because that would be really annoying. Which one of my team is the easiest to build? I'm not sure what you mean by that. 24%. There we go. I also need to reduce the engineers down. There we go. So we're going to save some extra cash. About 20 grand a month by doing that. What else was it? Sponsors. So we went with them. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we went with Dell as well. There we go. 112. We're down slightly. Maybe I went with that. What am I giving up with those guys? Nothing. We're gaining another mandatory with that. So yeah, we'll do that because the mandatories are worth good money. So yeah, 114.7. There we go. We've done all the branding stuff. Nothing else to do. Let's advance time a day. Let's go to facilities and do this refurb now. There we go. 2.8 mil. Confirm. And the car park test center is now upgraded. Excellent stuff. So now we can put all those upgrades in that we just did a moment ago. So once again, we'll do the chassis. We will have to try and remember exactly how I set this up. Might go slightly more aggressive this time. That looks about right. Fact. We do that instead. There we go. We want to go intense. There we go. 3 mil there. Boom. Sorted. Side pod. Again, save the hours. That's beautiful. It's straight 1%. 13 and confirm that. Intense. There we go. Right, front wing. I'm going to put the hours in the rear wing. In fact, let's maybe split the hours. Let's see if we can get away with splitting them. So we need to improve the low speed and slight improvement on the medium speed. Tyre wear would be nice, but we want to improve airflow sensitivity. I want to try and improve the airflow at the front slightly if I can as well. We want to take some weight out. And I like that. That'll do. Intense. We might be seeing slightly higher values now as well, now that we've got the car park test centre refurb done. And then the rear wing, let's throw the remainder of the hours on that. Not going to get quite the same super rear wing improvement that we saw last time. It wasn't massively super anyway, but you know what I mean. And we're going to go all the way to the bottom on that one. And I'll go with that. So slightly different because we've put a bit more into the DRS this time. We've got less hours in there as well, but we'll get an extra 0.5% on the dirty air. There we go. And let's go with intense. And how little do we have left? About 8 mil. There we go. So what to do next. Let's check the inbox. Car part test center refurb done. We know about that, so we're going to get extra improvement on all downforce generation there. Tyre wear, engine cooling, DRS and drag reduction. Very nice. Did I see the Williams announcement that they're not going to be there for day one of testing? Yes. Or is it the entire first test? I know that they're having problems with their schedule. They're a little behind schedule at the moment. A reminder for those of you who missed the behind the scenes or the end of the stream on Wednesday, this is the new driver lineup. It is Leclerc and Piastri at RedBull. Antonelli and Norris remain at Mercedes. Bearman has moved to Ferrari. Seitz has taken over as car number 1 to replace Charles Leclerc. And Bearman has taken car 2. Snowder and Ocon remain at Aston. George and Bortoletto stay at McLaren. Williams keep faith with Lawson and Albon. We've got Hamilton and Hadjar still. Gasly and Bottas are the driver pairing at Haas. 2 new drivers in to replace the outgoing Bearman and Perez. Perez himself has moved to Audi, as you can see, to partner up with Lance Stroll. And Nissan have got Lindblad, the other Audi driver, have moved. He will partner up with Mick Schumacher. Oh, it's the entire first test, is it? I wasn't sure if it was the first day of the first test. But yeah, I saw that they were having some delays. Let's take a look and see if we can see any of our drivers on the F3 roster. Where is Ugo? Is he still in F3 or is he into F2 now? Might be in F2. Abby Pulling is still there. Nicholas Solov's there. Didn't we unretire Nicholas Solov, or was he still around? I can't remember. Let's take a look at the F2 roster. James Wharton is there. Jack is racing for ART this year. Doesn't look like Ugo's got a drive. Unless I missed him. That's a disappointment. I was really hoping he would have a drive. Give him some extra training. Yeah, he's not on there, is he? Yeah, no drive for Verstappen. His contract up. And an interesting thing, if I quickly go back to the standings app, I did look at the standings and the lineups. You can see there were 2 seats when before the end of the year, because this is taken from the last day of 2028. There were 2 seats that had not been confirmed. It was Haas and Maserati. My guess is that neither of those teams had either the desirability or the finances to be able to convince Verstappen to sign. All the other slots had already been taken up by deals that were agreed. So, yeah, not really anywhere for Max to go at that point in his career. Which reminds me, we are going to scout Verstappen. We're not going to make an approach just yet. So I want to see if Hamilton is actually going to stick around or if he's going to retire. I'm still umming and ahhing about maybe trying to get Max and Lewis in the same team. So we'll just scout Max for now. But we are going to make him an offer and hopefully we can get him. I want to also see, he's got 3 years left on his deal at Nissan. He's at 3 years left at Ferrari. Bortoletto is out of contract at the end of the season. He's another possible contender to maybe replace Hadjar, but Hadjar's slightly higher rated. See, Lindblad was going to be my choice, to replace Hamilton when Hamilton's contract expired. And then Nissan poached him. So that threw that out the window. Evening, Johnny. Let's check in with the boards. So, target of 5th for the season will be a bit trickier, but hopefully we can do better this year. Once again, we have the long-term objective of the points contender. That's been reset. We have 3 more years to go on that, 29, 30 and 31. And then finances, we've had 2 months in a row where we haven't had any debt at the start of the month, which is nice. So hopefully we can keep that trend going and improve that back to satisfied/delighted. So race performances definitely need to pick up this year. We had a lot of bad results. Some of them not our own fault. Some of them just not quick enough. One thing I did forget to do with you guys the other night was the calendar. It has changed. So this is the 2029 calendar. We start, as always, in Melbourne before heading to Suzuka for a normal Grand Prix. It's a sprint weekend in Melbourne. Then we go for a sprint weekend in China. And then we go to Abu Dhabi for a sprint weekend. Qatar is back on the calendar for round 5. Round 6 will be Singapore. Round 7, a sprint in Baku. Round 8, Barcelona, just a normal Grand Prix this weekend. 9 is Monaco. Round 10, Austria, going back to a sprint this weekend, or this year. Silverstone, round 11, also has a sprint. Zandvoort has returned to the calendar as well for round 12. Then Hungary, Spa for round 14, round 15 Monza with a sprint. Miami is back for round 16. Then we go to Canada for a sprint, Vegas for a sprint, Mexico, and we have a sprint to finish the season off in Brazil. And double points, remember, caught me out last year. I completely forgot all about it. We have double points this season as well in the final Grand Prix. I don't know if that's going to have any impact on the sprint. I know it will on the Grand Prix, but will it give double sprint points? That will be very interesting. That could really shake things up if the sprint is going to be double points as well. Right. Not much to do now, but advance some time. So I'm going to click the button and throw an advert in there for you. All right, we're getting the point in rating for Ian Gregg. Continue to advance time. We didn't get very far, just a week. We've got our scout report on Verstappen. Let's have a look at those mighty stats. I want to compare him to Hamilton, actually. Marketability is 100. Development rate's very low. Patience for negotiation is high. And he's open to negotiation. He has more pace than Hamilton, more control. Both as same in smoothness and adaptability, better overtaking, same in defending. Look at the reactions, 10 points higher, and then 2 points higher in accuracy, and 13 years younger as well. That would be such an amazing driver lineup if we could get the pair of them, but I just get this feeling that Hamilton might retire at the end of this season, and I certainly don't want to make him a big offer of a new contract only for him to retire. So, because then I've lost Hadjar and Hamilton to bring in Max. So we are going to wait a little bit longer. Max has taken a year off to do Redline Racing and GT. All right, Happy goes up by a point. what's the relationship with our engineers now? So great relationship now and a good relationship there. That's encouraging. Staff survey results. Lots of enthusiasm from Hamilton. Positivity from Hadjar and Mark Slade. He's always miserable, isn't he, Javi? It's so hard to keep him happy. Neutral for Enrico, who's probably wondering what the hell he's walked into. Positivity from Ian Gregg and Will Courtney. We've got some big enthusiasm from our affiliate pool. And some positivity for Ugo. Can't believe he doesn't have a junior drive. Will there be rainy days at Bahrain? No, because Bahrain's not on the calendar. It's one of the circuits that's gone. Monthly affiliate updates. Have we gained anything from our junior drivers? Yes, we're getting appointed smoothness already for Ugo. Excellent, excellent. Main drivers. Has Hadjar improved? No. There is the new chassis and the new side pods. Let's get those into manufacturing. Okay, I've got 4 mil left. So this is where we are going to tweak the underfloor. So we need to find a bit more speed and sensitivity out of that. There we go. It's not a massive upgrade, but again, we're going to go intense. And that's the last part we can afford to do for now. We've only got $1 million left, and we've got to pay for the wings very soon as well. No sponsor money yet. I'm going to have that for a little while. Wind tunnel concerns? Are you kidding me? Damn it. Alright, well, at least we got that new part in before we shut down the wind tunnel, so it shouldn't affect that. Yeah, there we go. So it's going through, which just means we can't put any more parts into the wind tunnel. More pit crew training. So, anti-cumulative. You can see we're starting with just 6% fatigue. That's excellent. We're going to strip everything out this time. So, once again, we're going to start pretty heavy on the speed training. Because we're at that point where we can hammer them with a lot of training and still get big reductions in fatigue. It's 9% reduction a day, so you can see we go from 12 back down to 3. So we will do a training on the Sunday as well, because otherwise it's just a waste if we give them a day off that early. Then we'll go into some split training. I want to get their stats up to reduce the chance of mistakes. I want our pit crew to be nailed on this year. Minimal chance of an error. Of course, we want them to be quick as well. And if we do break a wing, we want to be able to change it quickly. So let's put a full day of training on car building. Back to just 6% at the start of the next week. So we'll do another week exactly the same. Some split training and then a day of car building. I know I missed a day there. There we go. And we're at 7% there, so we'll do the same again. Is there an in-game cutoff date for driver retirement? It varies by driver. Some drivers have a very young retirement age. Some have a very high retirement age. I did tweak some of the retirement ages. Hamilton's was one of them, along with a couple of the other older drivers as well. But I do believe he's scheduled to retire at the end of this season, which is why I'm waiting for that announcement. Let's finish the month with some heavy training. And of course you saw, well, if you were here yesterday for the database editing, you would have seen us changing some of the retirements. Oh, you mean when during the season? I'm not sure. I would imagine it would be before silly season kicks in, but I don't know. I've seen some retirement emails come out quite soon. I've seen other ones take a while to pop. But we should see. We'll keep checking on Hamilton and his contract status and see whether he has announced his retirement, because sometimes we don't even see the emails that someone's retiring. But given that Hamilton drives for us, we should find out the second he decides to retire. So we'll finish the month at 23%. That's fine. We're still 36 days away, so we've got plenty. I'm going to worry about there being a Grand Prix just here. It'll be the following week. There we go. Refurb is ready in a couple of days. That's our factory. Excellent. So that will speed up stuff in the factory. You can see our development speed now goes up by 2%. The effectiveness now 110. So that also, not only helps in how quickly we can build things, but I think it also helps how quickly we can actually develop new parts as well as manufacture. Car delay goes up by a point. Excellent. It's only been there a month. Right, the wind tunnel, no signs of structural damage, so that's okay. Means we paid 70 grand and shut it down for a week for no reason, but better that than the alternative. Oh, Max won't retire at 34, at 31. Maybe he might retire a little early, but I think I did put him in a little bit earlier, but he certainly won't retire at 31. Our front wing is done, and so is our rear wing. So, into the manufacturing. We've only got 1 million, so we can't afford to build a lot of these. Unfortunately, I can afford 2 of one and 1 of the other. Until we get a little bit more cash. Let's go with 2 of this one. This is the rear wing, isn't it? Yeah, 2 rear wings. Oh, I can't actually build the front wings until we've finished the rear wings. So, in that case, let's go with 3. Can I afford 4? Not without going into debt, which I do not want to do. So we'll go to 3. That's one thing that's a bit weird. If you put a build order in, and then you go back and you increase the number of parts, it will let you go into debt that way. Whereas if you start with no money and you try and build the parts, it says, come back when you got cash. So there you can see 230. That would have put us 25 grand into debt. And I want to avoid debt at all opportunities this year, because it has been the biggest bugbear of mine for the last 2 years, is that we've had debt at the start of every month. We still might get it at this one, but we'll see. Jack Crawford goes up by a point. Excellent. We're up to 327k now. A little bit of money from the tour centre. Our rear wings are done. February staff results. Hamilton no longer feeling enthusiastic. Javi is bringing him down, it would seem. We're negative from Enrico Cardley. Oh dear. That's not good. Right, let's put some new parts on the car, shall we? If I can click on the right thing. There we go, warehouse. So we have one new chassis. You can see the gain there. We don't have any front wings yet because we haven't started building them. We've got new rear wings. We've got new side pods. And we're still designing the new underfloor. So, let's see how much the car's changed with those 3 parts that have been fitted. Oh, I need to change the team colours again. I forgot to do that. So, that's the baseline car. This is the beginnings, or about halfway through a Spec 2 car here. So, some decent little gains. Not really anything on tyre wear yet. That will go up slightly with the front wing. And then, hopefully, a lot with the suspension. Engine cooling has gone up by a bit. We've taken some weight out of the car. We've improved acceleration nicely. We've gained about 0.4 kilometers an hour. It would be nice to have gained more than that, but it's a start. DRS has improved by 2.5%. Gained some more downforce in the low speed. And then we still, despite focusing a little bit more on the low speed against the high speed, we still gained some decent high speed performance here as well, and the medium as well. So, encouraging steps forward. But the big question is, what about the rest of the grid? So, no major improvements from the rest of the grid yet. We're still slower, but we have brought that gap down. We were 1.5 kilometers down. Now we're just over 1 kilometer down. So that's encouraging. We are nibbling away at them, but there's still time for more parts to come yet. Sponsor plan. Right, so this isn't to get money. This is to determine what we do for the next 6 weeks to get some cash, and hopefully a lot. Before I forget, I want to add those parts onto Isaac's car to cheer him back up, because otherwise he's going to be a miserable bugger complaining that his car is not equal. And rightly so. The car will be quick at Jeddah. Well, no, not necessarily. The Jeddah is not that high speed in terms of cornering. A circuit like Spa would be great if Spa was the first Grand Prix, because it's all high speed corners. So we would definitely have a slight edge, at least in that area, than some of our competition. But it's also a very fast circuit, and we're still slow. So yeah, Jeddah's an interesting mix of corners. It is also not on the track. We don't have Jeddah. We've got Abu Dhabi and Qatar. Both Jeddah and Bahrain are gone this year. 45% chance of rain in the opening Grand Prix. Let's sort out that sponsor money. Oh, look at this. We've got 2 mandatory activities. Holiday package tour and guided tours. So that will give us a boost to facility effectiveness. Not sure which facility, but we're going to get a boost from somewhere. Guided tours will have an impact on our head of aero. That's a bit of a shame. Let's get Danny Rick doing something, and that is all he needs to do. There we go. So our monthly engagement is just a fraction under 4 million. So that's a little bit less than last year. But it's a nice little mandatory payout. We should, if we're only getting 4 million a year, as opposed to the 4 million every 6 months, as opposed to the 4.9 that we were getting last time, that indicates we should be getting more than the 900k from driver targets as well. So there we go. Beautiful stuff. We are 13 days away from Melbourne. Can I afford to improve the weather Centre. Oh, the wind tunnel needs a refurb. That's 1.5 mil. Eesh. Our boardroom needs a refurb. I need that. 7 days. If we've got rain coming, we need to have some eyes on that. And now we can't afford to refurb the boardroom. Might be able to in a moment. Oh, they want to come as well. God damn it. All right. Well, yeah, it makes sense that the board would turn up for the first Grand Prix of the season. Especially with some new staff, some improved facilities, a bigger sponsor budget. You would expect to see some improved results. This could be painful. I'm about to get some money from the board and from the FIA as prize money. So monthly improvements, a point gained for Jack Crawford in accuracy. Ugo has not improved this month. Adaptability's gone up there. Main drivers, come on, Isaac. No, damn it. Welcome to the 2029 season. It's the start of a brand new season of Formula One. After a long winter break of a day, we're all eager for the tyres to hit the track once again. Who will triumph this season? Last year, we saw RedBull steam ahead to win the Constructors' Championship, with Oscar taking home first place in the Drivers' Championship. But it's all to play for this year, with a crop of hungry drivers, groundbreaking car designs, and freshly energised teams. They'll all be battling to come out on top. You won't want to miss any of the action. So, make sure you hit that subscribe button and be sure to hit the bell for notifications. You know, like what I did there. Let's advance one day. The underfloor design is done. How much money do I have? No! I'm in debt. We're not earning enough money. Damn it. We're going into February. February should be up there, and March should be up there. Oh wow, we started 1.5 mil in debt before. I don't know, maybe the board payment or something. Something came through to improve our finances a little bit. But now I can't afford to make the front wings, and I can't afford to make those either. So that's frustrating. We're going to have to wait for our first payday race-wise. So we've got back-to-back opening Grand Prix, and then how long of a gap have we got? We never actually looked at the calendar on a week-by-week breakdown. That will be interesting to see. So, fatigue-wise, we're at 7%. We are going to, once again, go hard on gym training, because we're at that reset point at the beginning of the month. Try and squeeze a little bit more. If I can get that down to 2 seconds, I'll be happy. 7% again. 1.997. And let's do a day of pit stop training, pit stop drills. That gets me to 10% to 1%. It's a bit too much, so I need to take that down like that. That gets me back to just over 2 seconds. Never mind. It's going up as we stop doing the speed training. Oh dear. But we go in with a perfect fatigue record before we start the sprint weekend, where we'll gain a lot of fatigue. And then we won't get any training done before we go to Japan. And then we've got a nice break after Japan to work on that again. 9% fatigue. Okay. You can see our stat cap has gone from 89 to 93 with the arrival of Will Courtney as well, which is quite nice. And once we hit that cap, we'll be at the point where we can focus less on actually putting in drill training because it'll be less necessary. We'll just be basically topping it back up again rather than trying to continually improve. So that will help by giving us more time to focus on gym training and car building. And we'll just do a morning there. Okay. Confirm those changes. Fantastic. Right. 1st of March. 8 days to go until the opening Grand Prix. I'm going to bin off another 2 engineers. See if we can save another 13 grand a month. Counts at this point. Once again, money tight, but we've spent a huge amount investing in, a good future pathway for upgrades. I hope. Please don't be in vain. There we go. Weather sensor is back to full functionality. It was looking pretty rough, so we'll improve our forecast accuracy back to a whopping 60%. Yay. New ATR period starts. That's the last of the side pods done. Testing in Bahrain showed that the car was still trash, but we'll see. We'll see how we do. Those new ATR hours could well be going on a suspension. We'll see how much money we make, because we still have other parts to build, not just design. And there we go. We are ready to arrive at Melbourne. So let's take a quick break. I need to go and get another drink because my throat is drying out again. And then we'll have a little look at how we stack up against our rivals in terms of car analysis before we actually go to Melbourne. So back in a second. All right, so we've checked against the average. Average has gone up ever so slightly, but not much on terms of speed. Let's dive into the teams then. So who finished bottom last year? Was it Maserati or was it Haas? It was one of the... Well, these were the 3 teams at the bottom. So let's start with Haas. So Haas, performance-wise, they have got about 1.4 kilometers an hour on us in terms of speed. They are a little bit better than us in acceleration. DRS, they are about 5.5 to 6% better. We're close in the low speed. Close. No, we're not close in the medium speed. We're still lagging behind a bit there. Lagging a bit behind in the high speed as well. Again, we took focus off high speed with these new parts, and we still don't have all of them yet. Dirty air tolerance, we're down about 5.5%. Tyre wear, we're down 8% and change, and we're down a little under 10% on the engine cooling. So Haas looking good. Any difference between their two cars? Yes, there is. So Valtteri's car not as good. Interesting to see. All right, next team. Audi. Is there any difference between the two Audis before we do a straight comparison? Yes. Stroll's got the better car. Why? Why has Stroll got the better car? Dear. Right. So, again, it's about the same difference in speed. Slightly less of a gap in acceleration. About the same gap in DRS. Looking about the same there. Slightly further away in medium speed. Yeah, we're a full point of G away. Dirty air tolerance, not so good. Tyre wear's a bit better for them, and engine cooling. It's all very similar, isn't it? Maserati, new driver Pato O'Ward, partners up with Colapinto this season. So this is interesting. One upgrade that they've put on Colapinto, possibly either the suspension or the front wing, has actually taken away a tiny bit of tyre wear as part of finding gains elsewhere. So, I mean, it's negligible, and at that level, it's not going to mean that much anyway. But interesting. So we will compare against Colapinto's car. We have equal performance on our car, so it doesn't matter which one of the two we use. So we are down 1.3 kilometers, down quite a lot in acceleration, down about 7% in DRS. Yeah, it's not amazing, is it? We're still lagging behind by quite a way, it would seem. And these are the cars that were worst last season. All right, next team. Let's take a look at Nissan. So, no difference between those two. So, how do we stack up against Nissan? We are less than a kilometre an hour slower than Nissan. That's, in fact, no, we're quicker. No, wait. Yeah, we're here, aren't we? Let's do it the way I'm used to seeing it, used to reading it. There we go. So we are, yeah, just about a kilometre, just over a kilometre slower. But that's close. We're less than 4% away in DRS. A little bit closer there, a little bit closer there. Definitely closer there. We're talking about just over 4% in dirty air tolerance. Just over 5% in tyre wear. And just about 7%, just over 7% in engine cooling. Okay. Let's do Aston next. So, out of the two Astons, they are both identical. Aston have got a bit more speed on us. They've got 1.5 kilometres on us. A little bit more acceleration. We're close in DRS, close in low speed, not too far off in the medium speed. We're lagging a bit more in the high speed. Yeah, not too bad. Let's take a look at Williams. Equal spec for the two Williams drivers. And again, very similar numbers to what we saw with Maserati. Very, very close, just over 1 kilometre an hour there. We've actually got better acceleration than Williams. Woo! Hey! Fantastic. DRS is down less than 5%. That's good. Not too far off there. Not too far off there. Not too far off there. About 5% there. About 4% there. About 11% there. All right. McLaren didn't have a great season last year. Let's see if they've improved. So, different spec. Someone's got more speed, but less downforce. Less tyre wear. I don't know what to make of that. Acceleration difference is negligible. It's negligible difference in speed. So my guess is that George has had some new parts that have taken away a little bit of speed and acceleration for the benefit of downforce. He's also got a slightly lighter car as well, which is another indicator that maybe he's the most upgraded one. So let's take a look at George's car. Speed slightly quicker than Williams. Oh, that's a very good acceleration. Yeah, third on the grid. Close in the low speeds. Close in the medium speeds. Very close in the high speed. They've got 4.5% on us in dirty air. About 5% on tyres. And about 10% on engine. Alright. Mercedes next. Actually, no, let's go Ferrari next. So, any difference between Sainz and Bearman? Bearman's car slightly lighter. So, have they improved the downforce here to the detriment of these stats? Maybe. There's definitely some improvement on Sainz's car, because that should be 10 kilos. It's 8.5. So they've added something to that car. They've added something else to that car. So they've either split the upgrades, or there's an extra upgrade on Ollie's car. But again, negligible differences. So yeah, Ferrari are definitely better than us. Mercedes are slower than Ferrari. Better acceleration. A little bit less DRS. They're worse in the downforce. I think we're actually quite close to Mercedes. So we're down just over a kilometre an hour, 1.2 kilometres an hour. We're down in the acceleration. We're down in DRS, but by less than 3%. Well, look at that. We're only down 0.02% in the low speed. About 0.05 nearly. No, 0.04 nearly in the medium speed. We're down just 0.014 in the high speed. We're really quite close to Mercedes in the downforce. We are down a little bit more in the dirty air, just over 4%. We're down 8.5% in tyres. And we're down nearly 9% in engine. That is interesting. So, are RedBull the best? No, they're not. Who is the best? Very, very unsure as to who's got the best car. But I suppose, given how tight the field is, it's kind of irrelevant who's got the best car. It's how good the drivers are. And that's where RedBull have probably got the advantage. Right. Oh, look at this. We can set targets of 1.3 mil per driver. We're going to go 18th or higher with both drivers. And let's see how we do as we head to Melbourne.
It's wonderful to be back down under for the Australian Grand Prix. The beginning of a brand new Formula One season. Every team, every driver, whether rookies or champions, all start here on zero, ahead of another year's battle for glory. Well, there's a newcomer in the RB seat this weekend, an opportunity for them to see what they can do with the car. There's nothing like a race weekend in Formula One.
Evening PR, evening Brandon, good to see you guys. Do I like Laurent Mekies? Yeah, I mean, he's a nice guy. He's very French, oppressively French with some of his fashion choices. Got to wear those ridiculous skinny jeans, but he has got a very, very skinny figure, so he can kind of pull it off. This is the weather forecast. Look at this. We've got heavy rain on Sunday, light rain on the Saturday. It's going to be dry for Friday. And we've got just this one practice session to try and learn a brand new car. It's going to be fun. It's always a challenge when you start off with a sprint, isn't it? So let me double check that we did put the new parts on both cars. Yes. And yes. Excellent. Front wings still need to be built, as do the underfloors. We need to start a suspension. Everything else is good. 100% across the board on car parts. Very nice. We are going to run the hard tyres. We're going to run the entire session. It's 20 laps around Melbourne. So we are going to run with a minimum of 45 laps of fuel. And then we'll stretch the stint at the end if we need to absolutely try and maximize how much we can gain, because our car part knowledge is 0 right now. There we go. Setups. Now this is going to be critical that we get a good setup on the car. Start with a 7.5 and a 13. Let's go to a 7.3. That's a generally safe-ish option. 7.382 is pretty safe. Let's take that down a touch and take that down a touch. And let's see how we do with that. Moving over to Hamilton. We've done his pace settings. Setup for Hamilton. We'll try something a little different. We'll go with an 8.2 for him, I think. Yeah, let's go with an 8.2. Sorry, an 8.13. And we'll go with an 8.2 on the roll bar as well. So we'll go 8.13, 8.2. There we go. I'm going to try dropping this down a bit further and then take this down to about there as well. And let's hit the track for the first time in 2029. There we go. Isn't she pretty in pink, as they say? Oh! Has my game crashed? It has. My game has crashed. No! Ah, okay. So we'll have to do the setups again. But it should auto-save us right to that, well, probably to the day of. My PC's like, no, that car's too pink. It's too much. There are, unfortunately, some stability issues with the 4.1.1 of realistic racing. It is still in beta. But I didn't expect it to crash that quickly. Right, so where are we? We are on the final day of Melbourne. That's as expected. Race targets. We'll set that again. 18th or higher for both, because there's always that air of optimism at the first weekend before it inevitably gets crushed.
It's wonderful to be back down under for the Australian Grand Prix.
Yeah, we've heard all that before. So, no change to the weather forecast. No surprise there. Let's do the funky stuff. So, 45 laps of fuel. pace settings. So I wanted an 8, 13, 8.2, a 2.9, and a 0.2. There we go. Hadjar. What did I put on him? I think it was a 7.5, wasn't it? And a 13 and 7.3. And did I drop that down to a 3.0? I think I did. And then I know I dropped that down to a 0.4. 45 laps of fuel. This is the downside of mods, is that every now and again something breaks. Right. Let's create a rolling save system like we used when we first started this. So let's send out Hamilton and see if the game crashes again. I think my PC has recovered from the shock of all that pink. Evening, Nigel. Out comes Hadjar.
Can you hear me?
I am going to have to do it off screen, but I need to change the colours associated here. I will probably leave Ferrari red, even though they're now yellow. But I will change this back to green, I think. I can't control...
Yeah, radio is very good for us.
This, unfortunately.
Brake warming reminder. Yeah.
So there she is. There is the new car. Taking to the track for the very first time.
Try to reduce the hits on the curb.
I wasn't sure about the pink, you know. And then I got swayed by all the enthusiasm of people like Nigel and the pinkies in the chat. When I had to cast the deciding vote. And you know what? It's growing on me. And we just saw Hadjar flashing into the shot in the background. There he is. So, let's see. Anyone else on track yet? Lawson's out. And the updated Haas is out as well. With the silver engine cover. Or silver airbox. Now we've got the new Mercedes. Who is that driving for them? There's the new Merc. With a much more prominent CrowdStrike logo emblazoned on the side of the car. And I'm not at all worried about pace because we're running hard tyres and a shit ton. That is an official unit of measurement here in the UK, a shit ton of more fuel. Yuki's there in the revised, updated and back to green with a lot of white Aston. And this is our first chance to actually see these liveries running because we saw them in screenshot form last night, but we haven't seen them actually properly on track. Well, no, we did a little bit of on track yesterday, didn't we, to test that they worked, but... It's the first time we're seeing them in daylight because they were at Bahrain in the night. We can call that pre-season testing, I suppose. Right, let's have a look at who some of these rookies are. I have no idea who that is, so we'll check the thing in a minute. Sanquez is getting a run out at Ferrari. D'Angelo getting a run out there. I'm not sure who that is. Nagel's getting a run out. Pato O'Ward now promoted to a race seat, yet to take to the track. No rookies down here either. So, who is KRA? Elizabeth Krause. We have a woman on track. Don't think we had one last year. Oh, no, we did. We had Caitlin Newey, didn't we? A lot. I wonder if she's not getting a run today. Wilhelm's getting that run. It's Jackson Chisholm is who that is, and it's Pietro DeAngelis. There we go. No other rookies, so not many. We've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rookies running. 6. Rafa Kamara's out. So we've got 6 rookies running, and it is a sprint weekend, just this one session. And let's speed time up a little bit. There we go. Got some more cars on track now. So no change to the Nissan. It is the one and only livery we have for them, unfortunately. But it is still a nice livery. Abby Pulling's still racing in F3, so she doesn't have a super license. And there's an F3 event going on, so she'll actually be competing. I would have put Ugo in the car today, but given it's a sprint weekend, and we need to bed the car in and get the driver's time on track as well, that's why I didn't. We will have the first non-sprint weekend, which I think might be the next Grand Prix, actually, in Japan. No change to the Maserati, that is still the same. No change to the Williams, that is still the same. We've got a Ferrari leaving the pits. There it is, the yellow Ferrari. As voted for by you guys last night, it's their alternate WEC livery. And the colour reverse of the livery they ran last year, where it was red with yellow flashes. Now it's yellow with red flashes. Here comes the new McLaren. And they are running Gulf colour scheme all year this year. As Chisholm takes to the track. No change to the Audi, that is still the same. We need to wait a little bit longer for some of the other cars to pop out. So Ollie Bearman is now on track for the first time in a Ferrari. As is Lindblad at Nissan. Ocon in the second Aston. Norris is out now. Still waiting on the Red Bulls. Neither Red Bull has left the garage yet. And there we go, the Red Bulls are out. So, a minor tweak to the Red Bull livery. The yellow nose is back. Oscar is still running number 81, so we are going to have to go in and change his number to number 1. It seems that it just overwrites the database with the number 1 as a permanent driver number change, and then that frees up another driver to take his number, and then if he's not the champion the next year, his number's no longer available, potentially. So, yeah, we'll see. But running the 81 for this event only at his home race, and then he'll be running as number 1. In fact, I think Oscar should actually be running the number 1 at his home event.
Any comments, though?
So after this, we'll quickly dive into the editor. We'll change his default number to
Copy
a
that.
1, and then pick it straight back up again before qualifying. Which one of my tutorials is the easiest to make tonight? In terms of what? Manufacturer or logo or sponsor? Golf is pretty easy. Alright, got feedback from Hamilton. It's only good, so that's not that encouraging. It is 79%. Oof, 89% for Hadjar. We are going blind. Got to get that car part and track knowledge up. I'm not sure. Let me have a quick look at the full list as well. Skoda's not too complicated. Take a look at my playlists. Let's see. TVR's not too complicated, but it's a little time consuming. Martini's a really easy one, and looks good on the car as well. Yeah, Skoda's not too complicated. The more detailed they are, the more time they're going to take, basically. DHL will take a little bit of time because there's a lot of fiddly little bits, and it's custom lettering. Same with FedEx. Not overly complicated, but a little time consuming. If you want to go really out there, TVR looks really nice, but that can take a little while, just simply because there's a lot of layers on that one. So yeah, it all depends on what it is you want to do, I suppose. And I do have 2 new logo tutorials coming very soon. I have just about finished Canon. And I still need to make a few little tweaks to the Fittipaldi F logo and see if I can actually, with the remaining layers, spell out the Fittipaldi in the official font. And I've got more in the works as well. So there'll be a little flurry of new videos coming tutorial-wise very soon. I'm going to do a Citroen logo now that they have revamped their logo and kind of paid homage to the original. It's relatively simple and straightforward to put together. But as always, it's going to be about the spacing and the dimensions, trying to get it look as close to the real thing as possible rather than just slapping some bits together. I always try and push for that little bit of extra realism in the logos I create. Yeah, go TVR. The TVR one's a really nice logo. And you can see screenshots if you search for TVR on the subreddit as well. Because I posted it on there when I did it. I think there's even a shot of the livery I went with because I was using Racar colours as they were the main team sponsor for that particular car. But that car came out really nice. Had a lot of fun with that as a team for a little while. There we go then. Practice is done. We were the slowest, but we were running a lot of fuel, slow tyres, avoiding curves, lowest pace settings. I'm not at all bothered about that. What I am more bothered about is how much knowledge have we gained? How prepped are we? Let's have a look. 82 and 87, and if we can improve the setups, we can push those up potentially over 90% as well. So, an encouraging start to the weekend. Now we have Sprint Quali up next.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Evening, Mike. So that's interesting. We've got a subtle shade of pink blended into the black on the mechanics overalls. And then we've got the nice little pink flashes on the shoulders. That's quite cool. It's the first time I'm actually seeing the mechanics shirts in any real detail, which is quite nice. Right, so we need to make some major changes to the setup for Hamilton's car. And I'm going to dial that back to a 7.3. I think that's a safer bet. I also think it's probably a safer bet to push that up a bit. Let's leave that as an 8. I might actually take that to a 6.4. And bring this up more. And then bring this up more. That's a bit more of a gamble. I could get this really right, or I could get it really, really wrong. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. Hajar needs some tweaks, but nothing too substantial. And I will go to an 8.2 for him. Because I only need to make minor corrections over here. I need to make a minor tweak on the front wing. Let's do that. Try that. I don't know if I'm going to be world champions this year, but I'm certainly going to have the pinkest car this year. So, Bearman is in between our two cars. We've also got Antonelli, Bottas, Colapinto, and Stroll making their way out. We should see a lot of activity fairly quickly because it is a sprint weekend, so only 12 minutes for Q1. We've got Bortoletto hitting the track now, and Gasly coming out in the seconds. Haas.
You should have no traffic issues. Go, go, go.
Oh, a little flurry of cars coming out as we're about to come through. Hadjar should be okay into turn 1 as he beats out both Williams. Just, whew, that was close. It's going to be a bit worse for Lewis, potentially. Certainly going to be worse for Bearman. He's going to hit that traffic very soon. We might get through most of it before turn 4. Now we're getting held up. We got held up with a little lift. The second Williams should get out of the way quickly. And does so. Of course, a reminder, we're not just running the new 4.1 version as opposed to the 3.1 version of Realistic Racing, but we are also running the added difficulty of the hardcore mode add-on as well. So I have no idea how hard it's going to be to overtake this year. I'm dreading to see just how difficult things could be. Fastest in the middle sector for Lewis. You can see he lost a bit of time in the first sector. So it'll be Hadjar on pole briefly from Bearman before Bearman takes it.
Currently P1.
Hamilton might slot into third.
This lap.
Nope. Yes, third, because of all that time lost in the first sector.
At the moment you are P3.
I think we were on a Ferrari for a second, but no, it is a Mercedes. Antonelli goes to second place, so Bearman's still on pole. What about Lance? Here he comes. He had a good first sector. Not bad in the middle sector. And it's quick enough for pole by 100th of a second. Bottas pops up into third by 200ths of a second. I think the grid could be very close here. As through goes Oscar Piastri. Oh, we forgot to change his number, didn't we? All right, we'll do it. Remind me, somebody remind me. Piastri number in the chat when we get to the end of this session of qualifying. Just want to check Leclerc's running the right number. Car keeps cutting away at the wrong moment just as we get close to seeing. Yes, he is. For a second I thought it was saying 34, but it's just that really, really blocky lettering font. Let's put some fresh tyres. Well, not fresh tyres. Let's put the tyres back on again. We're going to wait. I'm not going to go straight away. They won't be good enough for a third run, and we don't really have the time for a third run either. But so far, we are inside the top 10. Here comes Ocon up to the line. Oh no, it's just a little way off, isn't it? Tsunoda must be across the line soon. There he is. Russell goes 11th. He's slower than Hamilton, who had traffic. I don't know if Russell did. Tsunoda goes 12th. Bad middle sector for Tsunoda. Looks like a bad sector for Russell in the middle as well. Bad final sector for Tsunoda as well. Ocon goes up to P5. All right, Lando rounding the final corner. Schumacher goes 15th. Norris goes up to 8th. Perez in the other Audi. What can he do? His teammate currently sits at the top of the table. Somehow. It's more to do, I think, with his car than anything else. Perez goes top by almost a tenth. Here comes Sainz across the line. And that's Lindblad behind. Sainz goes P7. Lindblad goes P8. And just Charles Leclerc left to set a time. And he's only good enough for 17th. Did he get traffic? It's not a great end of the lap, 32.9. Not a great middle sector either, but not bad. First sector, pretty okay. Yeah, it's the last sector. He lost some time there. 0.6 to Lindblad. All right, so Bortoletto is out on an out lap. Everyone else is making their way back to the pits or in the pits. Actually, no, Bearman's starting a flying lap. There he is. Russell now leaving the garage. Bortoletto's still the final sector to do before he starts his push lap. We're going to be going very soon. No improvement in the opening sector for Ollie Bearman. Evening, Tony. Out goes Lance Stroll. And up to the line for Ollie Bearman. He's not improving. And we'll send out Isaac now. Bortoletto has slightly improved. Here comes everybody. Oh, God damn it, I'm going to come out in traffic. I was hoping to get a little bit of clean air. Nope. Going to pop out behind Esteban Ocon. All right, so Bortoletto is finding some time. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who he was with before he went to Ferrari. I can't remember off the top of my head. Bortoletto improves to P7, 2/10 away from Perez's lap. Russell has not improved in the first sector, and he's not likely to. Whoa. Trying to punch his way past both Hamilton and Ocon. Well, we didn't get through, so we are going to be tucked up behind him again. Ocon was pretty quick on that first run, though, so hopefully we'll actually benefit from being behind him.
We're looking good.
Hadjar starting his flying lap. He's got plenty of clean air through the first sector. It'll get a little crowded towards the end of this area here, unfortunately. And here goes Hamilton.
And track is clear, track clear. And charge button off for last corner, charge button off.
Yeah, Frontier fully pinned the game. So an improvement in the middle sector for Stroll. Hadjar has found a tiny bit of time in the first sector. That's a Schumacher. O'Ward, not O'Wasser. O'Ward goes purple in the first sector. I wonder if that's why they ditched Iwasa for O'Ward. Only had to change one letter on the timings. Leclerc goes purple. We got a 26.7. It is an improvement because we got traffic on our first run, but it's still not great. Dirty air definitely affecting us, but now we should get that benefit. All through the middle sector and most of the final sector with the slipstream. An 18.9, 3/10 quicker than Hadjar. Verstappen is out of contract. No one picked him up. So we're going to make him an offer.
So you're P14.
But I'm waiting to see if Hamilton's retiring. I don't want to bin off Hadjar to sign Max alongside Hamilton for Hamilton to then turn around and retire, and I've lost Hadjar. Hadjar is P15. Hamilton is only P16. The dirty air was too much because Ocon did not have a great lap. Leclerc is out in P20. Wow. Lawson looking to improve. If he improves enough, he will knock us out. It's touch and go. It's about a 10th in it. It's down to this final sector. Oh yeah, Max will be... There are only 2 teams that could possibly have taken him on. We've been bumped. We've been bumped for a Ward, I think. And now Lawson bumps us, so both cars out. And Gasly is not going to improve either. Norris goes top. Despite that, Mercedes not looking great in terms of rankings. The margins are tiny. Perez and Antonelli setting identical times. Bottas pops up into 2nd place. Wow. And Leclerc, having left Ferrari to try and really challenge in a Red Bull, goes out in Q1 in 21st place. Max is probably chilling at home. No, Max will be tearing up on the GT3 circuits. So, we are out of qualifying already. That was a short qualifying session. I never actually checked the setups. Let's have a look. Who is on pole position for the opening sprint, the opening round of the season? It's Lindblad. Wow, Nissan have got pole position. Their first ever pole position. Norris 2nd, Colapinto's 3rd, Oscar in 4th. Then it's Ocon from Bearman, Sainz, O'Ward, Perez and Schumacher. Both Ferraris made it through. Only one Mercedes made it through. Neither McLaren's made it through. Only one Red Bull made it through. No Astons. Oh no, one Aston made it through. Ocon. Some big casualties out early on. And Haas, who looked so strong last year, and Williams, who looked quick last year, are also out as well. But Arvid Lindblad, who is actually rated pretty well as an 85, is our first pole position winner of the season, except it's a sprint, not a Grand Prix, so technically not a proper pole. Sorry, Arvid.
Hello and welcome as our Grand Prix weekend continues, and the sprint will soon be upon us.
The big draw today is the opportunity to grab some extra championship points. After all, they could make the difference when the season comes to a close.
And now we are going to change Oscar's number. So let's hit save. And overwrite. There we go. Quit to main menu. So, as always, I will show you what I'm doing. Find my mouse, there it is. To the speed dial, to the database editor, we want to choose our brand new save file. Save 13. And we need to change that to number 1. we'll just have to remember to make sure he gets his proper number back if he doesn't win the title this year. There we go. If Porsche was brought in, would they be Porsche Penske or no? Well, no. Porsche, if they came in as a works team, would be Porsche. If they came in as an engine partner, they would just be an engine partner to whoever they were running with. Like in IndyCar, they run with Penske. Penske is the team, Porsche is the engine manufacturer. So, we should now have number 1 showing on Oscar's car. It is time for the sprints. Let's take a look at our setups. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we nailed it with Hamilton, 100%. 99% with Hadjar. And that could go either way. Of course. Dear. I think we'll just leave them at that and not risk changing it. We could gain 1%. We could potentially lose 1% or even 2%. If we get it wrong, and we certainly don't want to do it now because that was starting from the pit lane. So let's take a look at the strategy prep. Is it going to rain? Yes, at the end, but actually it's going to rain quite early on. Possibly not very much though. Let's have a look. I don't know. Might possibly need inters at the very end. We're going to do softs. We are going to take a lap of fuel in. We'll put a lap of fuel in, as I should say. Let's go aggressive off the line. Hope we don't get caught up in any turn 1 shenanigans. And there we go. We are prepped and ready. Tyres are chosen. Setups are good. Fuel loads have been sorted. The Australian sprint is next.
All the drivers on the grid about to take to Melbourne for the sprint. And it's lights out.
I'm seeing some mediums out there. Really good start from Oscar. Got a really good launch. Can he find space to squeeze his car through though? No, he can't. He has got the number 1 on his car now. So great start from Lindblad. Colapinto on those mediums is about to get jumped by Norris here, I think. Hadjar has gained a place. He's up to P16. What happened to Valtteri? Did Valtteri get pushed wide somewhere that we missed? I'll have to wait.
Slow down now.
Yep. Just take care of the tires for the moment.
Understood.
And charge button on.
Understood.
All right, Lawson having a look at Isaac.
Yeah.
And gets through the inside, but Hadjar gets a better exit, retakes the place back. Gasly's at the back of the grid, then Russell, Leclerc, Tsunoda, then Hamilton, Lawson and Hadjar. Yeah, something must have happened to Bottas. I could have sworn he was Actually, no, I'm looking at the end of the first qualifying. So where did he actually start then? He started 14th.
Car behind is
So, yeah,
Tsunoda.
he's basically held position. I just thought he was higher up the grid for some reason. So, end of lap 1. Lindblad still leads from Norris by more than enough to stay out of DRS range. Piastri is pushing in on the back of Lando Norris. Now sporting the number 1 on his car. And we could well see a move here. There's Colapinto under pressure from Ocon behind. And the 2 Ferraris just keeping a watching brief. Norris is covered off. Oh, I thought that was contact for a second there. Game doing one of those really weird avoidance maneuvers that we see every now and again. Sudden jerk of the steering wheel. But this fighting is allowing Lindblad to sprint away. He's now 1.8 seconds clear. Now 2 seconds clear. And that gap's only going to keep increasing while these two are fighting. Ocon having a look at Colapinto. Could not get through. Hadjar still in 16th place. We are going to turn his battery back on now. And we'll turn Hamilton's battery back on as well.
Use the energy.
Back to the battle for second place. They're side by side and Piastri's through. We don't see many overtakes down there, and that was comfortable. He really went for him. Colapinto's having a look as well. And Colapinto gets through on the mediums. Has he got enough grip to hold the place? Yes, he has. But he's given up DRS, so we might lose it straight away again. And Piastri is on a tear. We're about to see a new fastest lap, potentially. Yeah, there we go. 1:19.6. Stroll now with a new fastest lap, a 1:19.3. A little bit of a gap back to us. We are just about hanging on to Bortoletto at the moment. But Norris has gone from second place down to 4th in a matter of a couple of corners.
Rain in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Keep battling away.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Touch on.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Ah, Tsunoda jumped us while we were harvesting.
Continue like this.
This one is involving Yuki Tsunoda.
So he got a really good run, and
The
he probably just
opportunity's
threw it up
there.
the inside here. Oh, yeah, wow, look how far back he came from there.
That sees them
Huge
move up
commitment.
into 18th.
I'm glad he didn't lock up, or else we'd have been taken out there. The speed he was closing in at. Piastri is in range of Lindblad and has the DRS. Colapinto does not. Norris will be closing him down, trying to put some pressure back on him. Bearman just dropping out of range of his teammate, but he's on mediums. And that was Leclerc having a look at Hamilton. Hamilton had to go very defensive to cover off a lunge from Charles Leclerc there. And Leclerc is being attacked by George Russell. Oh, that's a big overspeed. And he's not going to throw it up the inside, thankfully. And Gasly's right there as well now. Right, Hadjar's out of DRS range now.
Charge on.
Hamilton's almost out of DRS range.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
At least we've got the slipstream to help us, but no DRS means Tsunoda might get through. Oh, look again, look how good he is on the brakes. Oof, he's gone.
We're P17. Next
And that's
car,
going to leave us
Tsunoda.
vulnerable to Lawson now.
Tsunoda 0.5. Car
The
behind
rain has
is Lawson.
started. Is there any indication that we will need inters? Let's take a look.
Light spitting.
Not yet.
Started.
Not yet, but we've already been dropped by Yuki. Given that the board expects us to do well in the Constructors and finish 5th this season, and they're in attendance tonight, this sprint result won't do us any good.
Lawson with DRS.
Oh my god, Hamilton under pressure as well. It's going to be a gangbang here into, into the end of the second sector. Side by side with Charles Leclerc. He gets ahead, but we've got a slipstream. Is it enough to pull us back through? Because again, Lawson having a look. And Hamilton has to cede the place, or does he? Not yet, not yet. Oh my god, we go 3 wide as Gasly's got past Russell. I get nervous when I see cars like that because I'm thinking, lock up now would be catastrophic. Hamilton gets back through and Leclerc gets pushed wide. That was hard work, but we held on to P19.
Good job.
Piastri has got through into the lead. Norris is back ahead of Colapinto, and Ocon's passed him as well. Norris out of DRS range at the moment, it seems. Oh no, he did have it. He did just have it. But he might not keep it. And we're now 3 seconds away under a lot of pressure from Lawson here.
And charge button on.
Yeah, we've been dropped from the train, and now that we don't have the DRS, we can't keep up because the car pace is the slowest on the grid.
He has DRS.
So this might be it, unless there are mistakes or accidents, retirements. Gasly is having another look at Charles Leclerc. He's feeling frisky today. And hopefully Lewis can put some pressure on Lawson and give Hadjar a chance to maybe break free.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Leclerc is all over us. Oh my god.
Yeah, doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
The fact that he's still behind us in a RedBull is insane. Well, don't forget we are running Realistic Racing version 4. It's even harder. And we're running the hardcore add-on for that on top. Right, I think we've managed to drop Lawson, which means we can now try and get Hamilton through. Yes, he's out of DRS range. Whether or not we can then use that to our advantage is something else entirely. Evening, Ingram.
You need to keep
Where did we
UK
finish in the
126
championship last
down a
season?
bit, otherwise you
7th
just run
in
out
the
of battery,
constructors.
and then you'll just
Target
need
is
to take overly.
5th this year. And we're not off to the greatest of starts so far.
Yes, you are doing a good job. Keep doing the same procedure.
17th and 18th.
Charge on.
Irrelevant for sponsors because the sponsors don't care about the sprints, they only care about Grand Prix. And Hamilton is much better in wet weather, so we will move him ahead and see if there's any way we can close the gap. And at the very least, it should pick our pace up a little bit and help Hadjar defend from Lawson. How many sprints? We have 20 races, 10 sprints.
Lawson behind with DRS.
Pink on pink violence.
Can't get close, I think.
Continue, keep going. And charge button.
You can have more than 6 sprints. Yes, you can. If you're on console, you have to set that up at the very, very beginning when you're doing your series. When you're first creating your team, it gives you the option to change the calendar so you can add in or take away more sprints, change the number of races, change the order of the calendar. On PC, you can do it whenever you want, but it's best to do it at the start of a season using the database editor. As Leclerc is having a look at Lawson but can't get through.
All right, let's concentrate.
If I wanted to, I could have 24 races with 24 sprints and 24 rounds of F3 and F2 as well. As it is, we've got, I think, 15 rounds of F2 this year and 10 rounds of F3. And Leclerc is through on Lawson. Tsunoda's past Bottas, putting pressure on Bortoletto. Piastri still leads by half a second. Ocon has got past Norris now. Colapinto and Ward have both got past Bearman, who's now under pressure from Perez. We're at 0.52 mil. Forecast conditions still not showing us needing inters.
Next car in front is Norris. Gap to him 1.4.
But we are seeing some cars boxing. Is this for inters?
More energy
It is.
available.
Actually, when it's not saying damp, it's basically not saying that we need... I think we're going to have to take that into gamble, aren't we? But it's too early for inters.
And we need to increase pushing status.
There we go. Hamilton's through. Hadjar quickly into always defend.
Avoid letting anyone through if possible, please.
Battle assist. Harvest. Yes. Good lad.
Okay,
Good
rapid
lad.
mode push.
We need to build a gap between our cars. But it looks like it is going to get... If it gets to 0.7-ish, 0.8, between 0.7 and 0.8, that's when we need to think about swapping. Anything before that, and the slicks will be quicker. Softs at the very least should be quicker than maybe mediums will be quicker, but the softs will definitely be quicker than the inters.
Charge button on.
There we go. And we've got the front runners coming in. Ocon and Norris. Perez coming in from P9. It's too early still. Norris held as Perez goes through. Ocon's been able to get back out in front. Valtteri, Gasly, Charles Leclerc's in. So's George Russell. It's a good stop. Oh, that was close. That was so close. I'm amazed it didn't hold Lawson back there. And it's still too early for Inters. So let's see if Hadjar can actually get past Ocon here.
Next car is Ocon. No worries, mate.
He's trying, look, he's trying to find a way through.
Yeah.
Ocon's covering him off.
What about tyres?
Leaders are in. Piastri's away. Hold still. Lindblad loses. Nope, there's Colapinto's boxes there. So Lindblad's still out in second. Antonelli. Look how close it is. Look how close it is. Literally nose to tail. We are running currently 4th and 8th. It's still just a little bit too early.
So next car, Ocon.
Hadjar can't get through yet. We're going to have to help him out.
Race. Cool the car as much as you can.
Yeah.
He's not in high aggression either.
You've got the pace. You can do this.
Yeah, okay.
It's still a fraction too early to make that change. You know what? I might
And we need you to take
just
care
make
of the
these tyres go as the distance now.
No management required.
That's Sainz and O'Ward in.
Yeah.
A long way to go.
We're the only cars that haven't stopped yet. It's still technically a little too early. Maybe the end of this lap. There is Hadjar trying to make the move. Let's give him some battery to help him push through.
Mode push at the moment.
Copy.
The track water level's still going up. I think we need to box this lap.
Charge on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know if it's going to get wet enough to justify making that change, considering how few laps are left. I think we have to stay out. We've got both cars in the points here. Let's switch from aggression to always defend.
The car's behind you. Behind you.
But let's see if we can still maybe sneak past Ocon
Mode push.
before he catches up to Lindblad. You can see we're lapping quicker than Bearman, who still hasn't stopped. I didn't realise he was still out there.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
What does Piastri do across the line?
Next car on Ocon. There's progress to be made.
1:23.9. We're over a second quicker than Piastri at the moment. We took almost a second out of Bearman on that lap. We have to stay out. We have to. There's only 4 laps to go, including this lap. It's just not worth boxing now. Hopefully I haven't burnt enough of too much of the tyres. should be okay. We have spare fuel still.
He's 0.5 behind.
Let's go into top-up mode. Science is all over us now. We're backing off a bit because we're in defensive driving. Try and hold the positions. But we still just have DRS against Ocon. Trouble is our tyres are now at 44%. It's low. Bearman probably had the right idea with those mediums. It would have been a different story if we hadn't just thrashed them for a couple of laps, but it would have made a massive difference to the amount of tyre wear. But we could be looking at second place here. 3 laps to go. We lead Piastri by 5.5 seconds, and he is under immense pressure from Lindblad. Now it's into territory.
3 laps.
Piastri goes around the outside. We've got a yellow flag. Sonoda. A lock-up at turn 13.
Here we've got the Aston Martin. Everything's all right here. The wheels just lock
So
up there.
very nearly.
By that point,
So very
it's just
nearly
too
caught the
late.
back of that Nissan there, of Schumacher. We're now just 4 seconds behind Bearman. We took 2 seconds out of him on that lap. How did we take 2 seconds out of him?
Job on tyres.
I know Hamilton is excellent in the wet, but even so, Hadjar still hanging on in 6th place at the moment, but there is still DRS active. And we are now at a point where the tyres on the cars on Inters have got the better tyre than the slicks. They are side by side, fighting to get through behind us. They're all queuing up as well. We are taking so much time out of Bearman. We could win the sprint here, which would be ridiculous. We're still 5 seconds clear of Piastri because Lindblad is helping us out by fighting him. It's Pato O'Ward in his debut getting past Sainz. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so much more grip on the launch. Through goes Sainz and through goes Norris. Or does he? Does Norris get us? No, he doesn't, and he loses back out to O'Ward again. 2 laps to go, and Hamilton is less than 2 seconds behind Ollie Bearman.
We're okay to push a bit harder if you can.
We are gobbling up the track hand over fist. This is so close. This is so close. Now we're losing time to Piastri. He's now just 4 seconds behind as the track is very much into territory now. We might yet get overtaken by Piastri at the end here.
You can push. DRS.
We've got the DRS. The gap to Piastri is 3 seconds. He is closing fast. Very fast.
1 lap to go.
Here's the move. We can't quite get it done. It's the final lap. Can we squeeze through? Yes. Hamilton takes the lead. What a start. What a start to the season. Hadjar is still hanging on just to a point in 8th place. No, Antonelli gets him.
Yeah.
So close. Wasn't quite quick enough with the battery deployment. Piastri is all over the back of Bearman. He could still get me if he gets past Bearman quickly here. I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to do it. Piastri might take second away from Bearman here. No, Bearman's got him covered. We're going to win the sprint. What a great start. And the board are in attendance, and I bet they don't care because it's a sprint.
And let me know.
Can Hadjar hang on to 9th? Look at them queuing up behind. Finally, we hit 1 mil on the track. Hamilton wins the sprint.
Thank you so much for the great pit stop, great strategy.
Into the pit lane.
Lewis Hamilton with a fine performance today.
Maximum points is the best result they could have hoped for.
What a result. Hadjar across the line. Can he hang on? No. He gets jumped by Albon across the line. Holds back Stroll and Colapinto, Perez, Norris, Bortoletto, Schumacher. Look at them all queuing up behind. All the way back to Gasly. What an opening to this season here.
And what a magnificent
Winning the sprint.
win for Lewis Hamilton.
And what a well-deserved P1 finish that was. Absolutely outstanding.
Wow. I can't believe we were able to actually close down Bearman that quickly. And the fact that we were able to get past him meant that we were able to hold off and take the win. Because if we hadn't got past Bearman before Piastri got us, I think Piastri could well have gone on to win that. So that was vital. And it's 8 huge points to start the year. What a result. What a result.
Let's hope the teams took full advantage of practice. It's time for qualifying.
These days, it's a much faster layout here at Albert Park, and teams need to focus on getting high and medium speed cornering right to set a good qualifying time.
Let's talk about Mercedes for a moment, Karun. Where's their driver going to be at right now?
We saw them set an impressive lap time in practice, so it's a great start as they move into qualifying. But as we all know, a good performance in practice doesn't guarantee success over the rest of the weekend.
So here we are, ready to resume.
I am already drained, and we've still got qualifying and a race to go. Wow. Okay. Can we repeat our success? Who knows? We have qualifying to get into. Does anyone have a penalty to carry over from last year? No, they don't. So, yeah, we're not going to risk getting that wrong by moving it. So, we'll leave it as it is. Downhill from here. Yes, thanks, Farah. Your optimism is inspiring as always. Let's go with 2 flying laps of fuel. Score prediction for the big Premier League game. I don't know, 1-1 I think. I'd like us to win, but I don't know.
So now we have green light.
Oh wait, is the track getting worse? I bet it's getting worse, isn't it? Sorry, better. Worse for us because we're on these tyres. Oh no, this is perfect.
Radio check.
We're going to get 2 laps in these conditions before it starts to get the track starts to degrade and get worse again.
Radio check.
Copy, loud and clear.
And we'll probably see the whole field piling out very, very soon. Most of them's out already, look.
Understood.
Yeah, they are all exiting. So this is less about the first lap, more about what we can achieve with the second lap. Hopefully we'll have time before it really starts to get worse. Sainz, the last person to leave. There he is, coming out the pits now. He's got a Nissan and a RedBull in front. Which one's which? So it's Charles Leclerc and Colapinto. No, Nissan, isn't it? Not Schumacher. Lindblad, the star of qualifying in the sprint. Can he repeat that?
Good to go, good to
All right,
go.
Hadjar's got clear track in front, nobody ahead of him. We've got a yellow flag. Please don't be Lindblad. Please don't be Lindblad.
Track is clear. There will be
Schumacher.
Now we can see what happened. Here
This
we
is his
are, we're
outlap,
looking at
but it will
turn
certainly hurt
11.
his confidence a little bit. So Schumacher, that was actually behind us.
Oh, and the car locks up. And hopefully there's not too much damage
So
to
that's
the
taking
tyres.
pressure off because we now have a gap behind us. Excellent stuff. So we might possibly get some benefit from being behind Bortoletto. And we've got a big enough gap back to Bottas. So far, we're looking pretty good. 27.9. Mick goes lock up. I'll still go purple. And then Albon goes even quicker. We're going to see quite a few cars potentially getting held up, struggling with dirty air, because there's so many cars that are in the slipstream of another one. They could get a benefit. They could struggle. Hamilton goes purple in the middle sector. Oscar takes that away, but still a very quick middle sector for Lewis, quicker than most. Hadjar up to the line. What can he do? We've got another lap to come from him yet. It's good enough to go top, but I don't know what it is. We'll check in a second. Hamilton's about to go top by 0.6 of a second. Bottas in second. Right, Hadjar did... What did he do? A 1:23.0. Yeah, so 1.2 seconds slower than Hamilton. He should definitely improve on his next lap. Once that track hits 1 mil, DRS goes off, and that immediately means no one else will improve. Or not significantly enough to have a massive impact on their lap times, unless they had a really bad lap, like maybe Perez. Leclerc goes second, Albon's top, Antonelli in third, Piastri's fourth, O'Ward with a good lap. Where is... Arvid, he's 10th. Alright, we should see Bortoletto pile out of the way here. Hopefully.
Tyre temps look good. Track should be clear.
Here we go for another flying lap then.
You've got no
Track is now starting to get worse. So timing on this is just about, not quite perfect, but just about. Into the pits goes Bortoletto. Hamilton starts his second lap. Let's keep an eye on Isaac this time. Should improve. Don't know about Hamilton, but Isaac should improve. First sector split coming up at the end of this straight. sorts of straight. 27.8. It is an improvement. 27.6 for Hamilton. He goes purple. This should hopefully guarantee our cars getting through. No improvement in the middle. 20.2 for Hamilton. No slipstream this time. Track now at 97 millimeters or 0.97 millimeters. But we've got through the DRS zones. Just the start-finish straight to go. Find enough to make sure you get through. Everyone else is piling out again for another run. Hadjar doesn't improve enough. He's out. Ah, damn it. We're going to have to send him again.
So P7.
And just hope that he can somehow find enough. Hamilton didn't improve, but he should be safe. Ah, it's a disappointment. When I saw that first sector improvement, I was like, here we go. This is it. Hadjar's going to get himself comfortably through. Maybe somewhere around Sainz and Tsunoda. But still a long way off. And we're about to lose the DRS. At least that means Hamilton should be safe, but it does mean that Hadjar is likely not going to get through. Who knows? Maybe the fact that his adaptability rating means that outside of the right conditions, his pace can fluctuate quite wildly. Now that we're technically into the right conditions for inters, over 1 mil, maybe he'll do better. But the track's going to just continually get worse now. And the DRS is gone, so we're going to have to turn him around very quickly and just hope that he can find enough.
Box area.
We're not going to send Hamilton back out again.
Okay.
No point taking a risk on an accident happening.
Be careful, slippery, pit wall. Okay.
Same tyres will be fine. Let's take the run plan down. Straight out. We're going to be mired in traffic potentially, but got to get the track while it's not too far away from the best.
So watch out for the next.
So nobody's improving at the moment.
Get the tyres ready.
Again, no DRS. Okay. It's been turned off. So I don't think, if nobody else can improve, I think that's probably it. We might possibly sneak. Oh, Colapinto's found a 10th or so in the first sector. Oh, he's getting a tow, that's why. He's getting a tow from the back of that Mercedes from Norris. Damn. Colapinto is going to improve it because of the slipstream, but only because of that. Stroll's improved his sector time, but I don't think it'd be quick enough to get him through unless he's getting a tow. Don't think he is. Oh, he is. He's tucked up behind one of the Ferraris. He's tucked up behind Bearman. Ugh. Can we see Bearman get knocked out here? Colapinto drops him down. Bearman's not improving, but Stroll is getting that slipstream. Will that be enough to help him out? And look how much traffic we're going to have to fight through on our lap here.
You are good to go.
And the track is considerably worse now. Stroll does not get through, and I doubt Isaac will either. So Hamilton's safe in P7. He's through to the next round. And we're going to start from the back of the grid with Hadjar. Oh, yeah, well, any chance, any vain hope of a chance there, it's gone. With that lift. No point pushing the car. No point risking a big spin and crash in the barrier, especially with the turns coming up. We often see at some point during the weekend somebody going off here at full speed straight over the gravel into the barrier and back across the track. So let's just eliminate the option of that happening here to Hadjar. Last thing we need is an early wreck that destroys a powertrain. So, a little anticlimactic there for Hadjar. Qualifying for us is done. Qualifying for everybody is done now. No one's going to get an improved time that's going to get them through at this point. And the track is continuing to get wetter. So we are going to speed up the session. And it's just going to be yellow sectors everywhere. Perez found a fraction there in the middle sector, but it still wasn't good enough to even improve his time. Lost too much time elsewhere on track. So, there we go. Eliminated from qualifying in round 1. Isaac out in 21st. He will be joined by Olu Bearman in 17th, Stroll 18th, 19th for Bortoletto, 20th for Lawson, and Perez in 22nd. Let's move on into Q2. What is the weather like? It's not telling me what the forecast is. How much rain's on track. That's annoying. Those inters will be fine. I will put 2 laps in, but maybe take one out depending on what the weather's going to do. Pause the second we get through. There we go. Let's have a look. 1.54, so very clearly into territory. It's going to stay about the same, go up slightly and then dip. So best time to run is going to be around here, second half of the session. We'll put a new set of tyres on for that. And probably see if we can get another 2-lap run in. I might abort the second lap of this run. We'll see how long it takes to get round and whether or not there's any sign of an improvement.
And we need a good warm-up on the brakes.
Yep.
So, Sonoda, O'Ward and Albon all coming out with us as well. Very early doors. There's Schumacher and Antonelli. Now Gasly. Bottas, they're all starting to file out in bits and well, yeah, look, they are all coming out. Russell now as well. Gasly, Colapinto, Sainz, Leclerc now coming out. The whole garage is going to empty again. And looks like Lindblad could be the last person out. Still in the garage. Now he comes out. And we will encounter him at some point on the lap, I think. I don't know about anybody else. Maybe. Maybe Piastri. Maybe Leclerc.
And track is clear, track clear. Mode push for last corner. Mode push.
Who was the bold centre-back in the early 200s? Arsenal's not that old. So we'll get our lap done, and then we just have to see what the others do. We're on 28.4 in the opening sector. We won't have to wait too long to find out what O'Ward is going to do. Evening second, Nigel. Snowden's on a good lap. Got my 3/10 on us so far. And we didn't encounter any traffic. Lindblad's already down on the run to turn 3. So our opening lap is 1:23.8. Not bad. Now we've got a reference time. So we're down a couple of tenths. Did I say 128.3? I meant 123.8. So yeah, we're not too far away. Quicker than Schumacher by just 13 thousandths of a second. Toyota's getting up there. How close these sector times are. We're less than half a second away and we're already into 11th place. Not a good lap for Sainz. Just 3.5 tenths separating the top 10. But we're about to go for another run. Piastri's gone quickest. It's now just 3/10 separating the top 10. O'Ward's out by 0.04 of a second as things currently stand. We know the track should theoretically get a little bit better towards the end of the session. Can we improve here? In theory we should, because confidence is higher. Found a 10th in the opening sector. Track's starting to get a little worse, but only by 0.02 mil so far. Shouldn't affect the lap that much. We're not improving in the middle sector. The tyres too hot. No, tyres are fine. See what my battery is. I don't see it. We might be out of battery. Yeah, no improvement on the final sector. Okay, so maybe we run out of battery there. Yeah, there we go. There's the battery. So we did run out of battery early. The 2-lap run isn't going to work. Just not going to have enough charge left in the car. for the second lap. Even with a cool down. That potentially makes things a little bit more interesting and maybe a little bit easier. It certainly gives us the opportunity to try and sneak a slipstream. Because we should all be going out at a very similar time. Valtteri's going out early. Track is not improved.
Understood.
There goes O'Ward, and we almost get rear-ended by Ocon there. That wouldn't be the first time. May the Ocons forever be in your favour. So fresh tyres, 1 lap of fuel. And now we wait. Got a little dip coming up, in theory. Again, we're running a really rubbish weather centre, so it's not a guarantee that it will actually do that. There goes Tsunoda. And now Schumacher. No, Schumacher's already on track. That was Lindblad. There he is, number 41. The track is still getting worse. Right, so who's actually on a flying lap? Let's have a look. Pato O'Ward is the first of the guys pushing, I think. Should have Schumacher not too far behind. No, Schumacher's just starting his lap. So let's see. O'Ward does not improve in the first sector. And now the water level is starting to come back down again. Oh, we've got a yellow flag out there. Someone with a little bit of a lock-up, perhaps. Yuki Tsunoda, and that is a start of his flying lap, I think.
Into turn 2.
Oh, had to take avoiding action as Antonelli came out the pits.
A little, perhaps.
George Graham. I remember George Graham. All right, track is now technically better than it was when we did our first lap. There's a lot of traffic out there. Let's see if we can get out behind Norris. I don't know if we'll stay here. We might get pulled over for other cars. Could have waited a little bit longer because the track's still improving, but I want to try and get a slipstream as well. I've been a bit too hasty.
What's for
Could have gone out behind Sainz.
We need a good warm-up on the brakes.
No longer Nemesis. We've got a, we don't have a Nemesis anymore. It's a new season. I'm sure someone will adopt that mantle. Dalglish, Rush, Aldridge, Barnes, McMahon, Steve Nichols, Grobler, yeah. Old school Liverpool fan, mate. All right, here we go. Can we do it? Oh, we've got someone coming out the pits. It's Colapinto. Damn you, Colapinto! Tell a lie, it was award boxing. I'll let you off this time, Colapinto. He's just finished sector 1 and gone purple. It's an improvement. I don't know if it's enough of an improvement, especially with that mighty first sector from Franco. We're not quite close enough to get the slipstream off Norris, but we are slightly quicker than him so far. Oh, look how our battery is down to 14%. My God, yeah, I know battery had been changed. But this is my first time running it. Look at that, we're out of battery before we even finished the lap. That was a full battery.
Just a reminder on guys.
We're matching Sainz. Well, no, we're 2/10 up on Sainz. We're 2/10 up on Norris. It's no wonder we weren't improving on the second laps. Look how little battery we've got. We're through into 9th place.
Charge on. Okay.
Can we stay there?
Take it easy there.
Sainz to the line. Stays bottom. He was down 2/10 there, down 2/10 there, and that was enough. Wow. We lost a little bit of time in the middle sector to us as well, I think. Yeah, wow. Leclerc's improving. Norris, that's it, we're through. Norris is already done, he's out. Lindblad's out, Russell's out, O'Ward, Schumacher and Sainz are all out. Leclerc improves to P3. Colapinto is quickest. Piastri's done. Gasly's done. Everyone's done. That's it. That's the end of Q2. We are through into the top 10 shootout. So the end of Q2, Colapinto sets the fastest time ahead of the two Red Bulls. But we've lost Lando Norris, as well as Lindblad, George Russell, Pato O'Ward, Mick Schumacher and Carlos Sainz. So both Ferraris are out in 16th and 17th. Ow! Huge disappointment for Ferrari in qualifying. Can we do something special here? What is the weather? There's no tyres on the car, so there's no easy indicator there. It's Inters again. No idea as to what the actual water level's like. Well, we know that the 2 flying lap doesn't work anymore, so we won't be doing that. We will use these tyres, 98% fine. Let's go straight in and see how things look. Right, so track just dipped from 1.58 to 1.57. Looks like being out about now is the right time to go, and then at the end of the session it's going to be tight there. Again, assuming that our prediction line holds true, we are running a level 1 weather centre at 60% accuracy, so who knows. But we will try something a little different here, because I don't think there's going to be the ability to do it later. We're going to go with 2 flying laps of fuel, no cooldown, and we're not going to use the battery on the first lap. We're going to use it to get the tyres fired up properly, and then go straight into another lap with the battery. And let's see if that works.
Now we have green light.
Yeah, track just dipped again, look, 1.56. Leclerc's coming out, Sonoda's coming out. We're going to take manual control.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Again, a lot of the field coming out, nose to tail. Who is behind? There we go. So Sonoda's tucked up behind Charles Leclerc. There's Colapinto. He has Valtteri behind him, and that there is Oscar. Albon's got a couple of cars around him. He's got Antonelli in front and Gasly behind. Track currently holding steady at 1.56. No battery on this lap. That'll be the next lap. And because I'm changing things a little bit, I do need to make sure that he doesn't call himself in at the end of this lap. We have seen that before. We also need to make sure that he does actually come in when we want him to, and that he doesn't try and stay out. Because we've seen that happen before, where he just carried on and then run out of fuel. So, first lap won't be amazing because there'll be no battery. But the tyres will get up to temperature nicely. We'll burn off some of that fuel. Yeah, 29.2, that's slow. Second lap will be better. And we're well positioned as well. We've got plenty of space behind Piastri at the back there. Who is he with someone? No, it just looked like he was. Yeah, look at that. We are 9/10 of a second slower than Leclerc.
So deployed.
All right, so he's staying out. So 125.0, that's definitely not quick. We lost another 8 tenths of a second there in the middle sector, 7 tenths to Leclerc. Yeah, we're getting battered. But now the battery's out, so we should see improved sectors. We've got our confidence up to very high. Tyres are nicely fired up. We just went purple in the first sector. How much battery have you got left? 34. Just enough to finish the lap. So Tsunoda's quickest from Leclerc. Colapinto slots up into third. Then it's Albon, Antonelli, Ocon, Gasly, Bottas. Piastri's about to cross the line. He's going to go top. 123.3 is our target. Hamilton has lost a couple of tenths to Piastri in the middle. This is still a good lap, though. It's still going to get us up near Colapinto and Albon, I think. I don't know if we can jump them. We've got a little bit of battery left for the run to the line. We don't actually use, it would seem. And there we go. We go P4. We will take that all day long.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
And he is supposed to be coming in. I'm going to cancel, because I've seen him ignore the order, and now we'll actually tell him to come in. And hopefully that will bring him into the pits. We'll have time for another run like that at the end of the session, when the track should theoretically be better. We will absolutely not have the pace to challenge for the win without some kind of exigent circumstances. But I am excited to see where we can qualify. We are just 17 thousandths. No, 17 thousandths ahead of Franco Colapinto. The track is starting to get a little worse. How many sets of inters do we have available? Yeah, we're going to stay on the same tyres. They should still be good enough.
We'll need good warm up on the brakes.
So I think we possibly slightly cooked the tyres at the end. So we'll be a bit more cautious on the first quote-unquote push lap. It does also mean that whoever's behind us, which might be Gasly, it is not going to have a fun lap. We are going to kind of scuffle his lap here. That's an unfortunate side effect. not a lot I can do about that. Hopefully he'll be able to get through cleanly. But he may get stuck behind us. Can have a look. And we're not pushing the battery, so he should get through. He does. We have a little lift because of Valtteri. That's fine. This is our build lap. And the track is getting better. 1.46. It's down 0.1 mil. From our first run. Ocon has just set a very fast middle sector. Chasing down Antonelli. He's about a tenth up on Kimi at the moment. Both of them are improving. Gasly, unfortunately, is not. Sorry, Pierre. So, Kimi goes top. Ocon takes it away from him by just 0.02 of a second. Look at that, tyres fire up perfectly just as we start the lap. That's beautiful. Right, track is slightly drier than when we did our first run. We've built the tyres at a slightly more conservative route. Wow, look how much battery we've used already. Get out of the way, Gasly. We got out of the way for you, you bastard. Ah, Nemesis. We have a new Nemesis. Our first sector is going to be abysmal now. Yeah, 28.9. All right. All right, we're going to try something a little different. We are going to harvest.
Be careful with the tires.
See if we can claw back enough battery. I don't think we can claw back enough battery. But this lap's a bust, so we've got nothing left to try now but just stay out for an extra lap and hope that we can improve.
So increase pushing status. And you can use all the boost bar.
Yep.
All right, so it's only 30 seconds left in the session, so we won't have to do an end lap. As soon as we cross the line, that's it. End of session. We are down to 7th. Nobody else can improve their times now. They're all done. Piastri has pole from Ocon and Antonelli. Tsunoda in 4th. Colapinto's P5. Leclerc 6th. We are currently 7th. May be able to find some improvement, but I think we're asking a bit too much. Albon in 8th. Bottas is 9th. Just 13 thousandths ahead of teammate Gasly, who is 10th. I don't think we've found enough time because of how much we've lost in the middle, in the first sector here.
And just a reminder on your eyes.
We only need to find 0.04 of a second to beat Charles Leclerc, but I think we've lost too much time in the first sector to be able to have a chance of doing that. Ah, such a shame that we got blocked by Gasly. Yeah, no battery at the end. So, 7th. A little bit of a disappointment at the end there, but still an excellent qualifying position for the opening round. The first proper race of the championship.
Well, the fans here are all set, every one of them eagerly awaiting the 58 laps of today's race.
Albert Park often seems to set teammate against teammate, from Hill and Villeneuve dueling for the 1996 win to Bottas beating fellow Mercedes driver and pole sitter Hamilton to the win in 2019.
The Albert Park circuit is bursting with rapid corners and a long straight where drivers can push their speed to the limits. Good attention to medium speed downforce will likely make beating this beast of a track just a little bit easier. Here we are, folks. We're back for another day of scintillating F1 action. It's race day.
Just seen your comment, Mike, on bring Toro Rosso back and replace Red Bull with another brand. There's hardly any mods out there to do a team replace for Red Bull. I think they can change their engine to a Porsche engine. There is a full team, a full Ford takeover with just the one livery that we could potentially use, but Red Bull would never sell their first team. If they were going to sell a team, it would be Toro Rosso / AlphaTauri / VCarb / Minardi. So weather-wise, we're going to start with 2.5 mil on the track nearly. Heavy rain forecast. We could well see full wets being brought in. And it's telling us to start on the full wets. Let's take a look at the track graph. So it's going to be inters for a while and then switch to full wets. I think 8 laps with Hamilton on inters. We could do that. And then we could just go to a single set of wets. So if we went into full burn and then look to box somewhere around about here. And the full wets would go the distance. No, they didn't have to sell RB. They just had to make sure that the two teams operated independently. Even though they're now on the same campus. I don't think we will switch to inters at this point here. I think we'll probably try and tough it out. We'll see what it actually happens to it. I'm going to keep Hadjar out and start him on the wets, as I think the rest of the grid will do. But we are going to start him with a very, very low tyre pace to stop them from completely melting. And hopefully we can then capitalise as the rest of the teams, you know, overheat their wet tyres instantly. We are going to take fuel out. We are going to take out 5 laps of fuel for Hadjar. No, 5, because I think we might get a safety car in these conditions. And we will gain fuel back anyway. Going to take 4 laps out for Hamilton, because we are going full attack off the line to see if we can maybe jump a couple of cars and try and get some kind of sprint away on inters before we switch to wets. This is going to be a risky strategy, but it could potentially pay off. And if everyone else starts on the wets and then doesn't change them, if they go all the way through, at least we'll be registering a pit stop to get the fastest pit stop of the day. So that would be nice. Right, there we go. It is a very risky race strategy that we are adopting with Hamilton, and I hope it pays off. If the rest of the grid starts on inters, it could be bad for Isaac. If the rest of the grid starts on wets, but we can't get through, it'll be bad for Hamilton. But with the track that low, we should be able to punch our way through. I am going to go take a quick bathroom break, grab another drink, because we've still got another hour and a half-ish to go. So we'll pop our last scheduled ad break before the Grand Prix, and I will be back in a couple of minutes.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. And it's always an entertaining race when Yuki Tsunoda is involved.
They're fourth on the grid, so I'd expect to see them mount a challenge for the top three in this race.
But just what will happen here, your guess is as good as mine.
Thank you, Farrah. Let's wait and see if the buzzes were coming.
Brace yourself for the Australian Grand Prix.
Looks like wets.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Right, we need to go high overtake. We need driving clean air. We also need to turn that off. Tsunoda's gone for the same gamble that we have. He's starting on the inters, as is Gasly, Russell, Schumacher, Sainz, and Bortoletto. Everyone else is on full wets. Let's see if this pays off. We have the acceleration because of the extra grip to get past Colapinto. Tsunoda's stuck behind teammate Ocon at the moment. Now we are right behind him as we push Colapinto off the track. Sorry, Franco.
How is the track conditions?
It's getting drier. We need to get through. Piastri leads by 1.5 seconds from Antonelli. Tsunoda should get past Ocon here. And does. Ocon actually gets pushed off the track slightly by his teammate. We're not pulling out enough of a gap to make this work yet.
Charge button on.
Oh! Tsunoda lunges up the inside, makes contact with Antonelli.
In the main straight, on the
Somehow
left,
we
right
managed to
main straight.
avoid getting caught up in that.
Debris offline.
That's got to be a
Now
penalty
return
for
to level
Tsunoda.
now. Not a lot of wiggle room here. The cars coming together right there. Who was at fault? Well, there'll definitely be fingers being pointed.
Tsunoda was at fault, there's no question of that.
As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
Tsunoda's straight onto Piastri, but he has that penalty that's coming. We set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. There's the investigation. Oh, he got away with it, that cheeky bugger. I was hoping he was going to get the penalty, because then we could jump him in the pits when we switched to wets. All right, Tsunoda's through into the lead behind Oscar. Piastri is us. We've got a 1.5 second lead over Antonelli. Colapinto has some damage, that's underfloor. I'm guessing it's the same for Albon. We're going to make the move on Piastri at the end of this straight track, just inched up and water level there. And there we go, we're through. So now we have to absolutely fly as much as we can. At the very least, you can see the damage that's been done to Isaac's tyres, even like that. In the lowest possible pace setting, his tyres are being cooked.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%. Charge on.
Tsunoda sets a new fastest lap. How much quicker than we? 128.6. We were 3/10 slower. How much quicker was he than our previous fastest lap? It's not showing us what our lap was. The stinkiness of that. That's just insane. So we did a 128 and... Oh, that was our quickest lap. Oh, fair enough. But we were stuck behind Piastri for a good chunk of that. Right, so the track is getting worse. But slowly at the moment. We've got 3 minutes till the really heavy rain hits, and we've got to just make the most of this while we can. Oh god, these tyres are absolutely melting. We need to do everything we can to try and protect them. If it means we get overtaken, it means we get overtaken, but we need to protect these tyres because we've got to go a little while on them yet. And there we go, Bearman gets through. Or does he? Apparently not. Good old Isaac. Even with some severe restrictions applied to him, he's still getting the job done. Right, so we are 2.5 seconds behind Sonoda. We've got a yellow flag out there. It's not Yuki. It's Colapinto running a little wide.
Right, we're taking the second corner. And they just can't keep on the track. Well, hopefully not a sign of things to come.
Through goes George Russell. We're only 2.5 seconds clear of Piastri at the moment, but we've still got some time left before we need to think about boxing. Gasly is now through into 4th place. He will look to go hunting.
Car behind is Perez.
Bearman gets through again, and he might well stay ahead this time. Tyre temp is starting to come down. If I put Hadjar in 22nd now, well, I mean, the door is open for Perez. Literally, there we go. We literally just opened the door for him. It's fine, because we're trying to keep the temperature out of the tyres so that we don't have to immediately box early and we gain a tyre wear advantage and maybe stay out of it. It's too early to box him. There's no point boxing now because we just overheat the tyres again before the track gets the right conditions. We built up a 4-second gap to Piastri now. Gasly's all over him. Russell putting pressure on Ocon and Antonelli as well. It hasn't really worked out for Sainz, Bortoletto and Schumacher. They were just stuck fighting each other more than anybody else, and the traffic's all, backed up behind Kimi Antonelli and Ocon. If we weren't where we were on the grid, I would not have tried this with Hamilton because it would not have been worth it. But yeah, it's still too early to box Hadjar. Way too early. I only have one other set of wet tyres, and I want those available for the end of the race when the track gets really, really wet again. After something like 40 odd laps.
Just look after these tyres.
Right, it's Gasly got through. He's got the grip, but the track is getting worse. There goes Hamilton across the line. He can't stay out too much longer. And Pato's in the pits. Is he changing off his wets already? Or is he switching to inters at the worst possible time? No, he's putting on a new set of wets. So the others have already cooked their wet tyres. We're down to 75% and our tyres are still overheating. But this is why I wanted to protect Hadjar's tyres. Because we'll now have a set of wets that is not available to anybody else, potentially. O'Ward, as I say, on his second of 2 sets of wet tyres after just 6 laps. So he is now kind of screwed a little bit. He will have to, if he changes to inters, which he might do, he might not do, around the lap 40 bit when the weather, eases off around here, then he can have some great inters, but then he'll have to put a used set of wets back on for the last 15 laps of the Grand Prix or so. Gasly's through. He's 3.5 seconds behind us and a second and a bit clear of Piastri. It's still time for us to stay out. Colapinto's in. He's on wet, so he's giving up his wet tyres. He's destroyed his tyres. Everyone's coming out. New wets, new wets, new wets, new wets, and new wets. And I don't think any of them were on Inters. I think they were all wet tyre riders. So Hadjar, having done absolutely nothing, is now in a pretty good position. Tyres are still in decent shape at 75%. They will go a while yet. I think now's the time to box. Oh, we've got 3 sets of wets. I thought we only had 2. Ah, okay. So they're still going to have another set of wets then. I thought we only had 2.
And box is lap box.
Right, in comes Hamilton. Sonoda has stayed out.
Yeah.
We're now reaching that crossover point. Gasly's coming in behind us. He's getting off his inters as well. A 1.998 stop, that's good.
And what's a white line on X?
Albon's coming in. Where is Hamilton going to rejoin? Ahead of Norris.
At the moment, we
Yes,
have P10.
ahead of Norris.
Next car in front is Schumacher. Got 2 Gasly behind.
So we are in 10th place, but Sonoda is going to need to get off the tyres, as is George, as is Sainz, Bortoletto and Schumacher. And the state of the tyres of those still on the starting wets is going to be pretty rough. So we're in really good shape right now. We can use and abuse these tyres a lot more than the AI can. And there you can see just how much degradation there was in those opening 8 laps. This here is about where we started looking after the tyres, around lap 4. And there you can see how it started to ease off as the temperatures came down from protecting them even more extremely, and then with the track getting wetter. It's leveled off nicely now. All right, Yuki's into the pits.
Lift and coast.
Understood.
He's come out clear of us, but not by a lot. And he was seconds ahead of us anyway. He was quicker than us, so I'm not at all surprised by that. Russell, Schumacher, Bortoletto and Sainz will all come out behind us. We might even overtake a couple of them before they get to the pits at this rate. So we're currently P9, technically P5, and as I say, Leclerc, Antonelli and Piastri are still on their starting tyres, as is Norris behind. So we're in really good shape. And we can finally turn up the battery for Isaac.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
I don't think we can overtake Ocon, but he should be quicker than us, so we can try and ride his slipstream as best we can. Right, we need to go back in cab because we're going to have to do some creative overtaking as Russell and Bortoletto are both in. And it's a clean double stop for the pair of them.
And more energy available.
Oh, we're not close enough yet, so let's do that.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job. Charge button on.
It would be really nice to be able to get past Schumacher before he stops.
Really good. Next car is Ocon.
So Hadjar got Russell coming out of the pits. I couldn't quite click it in time.
ERS.
And we should have so much more grip here in the braking zone. Yeah, there we go, flying through. So we're only 3 seconds behind Charles, who did not stop.
Doing a good job.
That is excellent. You see Gasly behind. Also looking to sneak through. I think it's Gasly behind us, isn't it? Yes, it is. Schumacher's in. Sainz is in. He's getting held. Unsafe release. Unsafe release. So Hadjar's now P9.
You should be mode charge.
Yep.
And I've taken time out of Charles Leclerc. It's only 1.9 seconds. We are hunting him down. We were half a second quicker on the previous lap. We might be even quicker this lap. End of lap 12. Piastri leads Antonelli by 5 seconds, and Leclerc's into the pits. His tyres are gone. And yet Hadjar still has plenty of life on those tyres. Norris is in as well. As he murders a couple of mechanics on his way through. Russell gets through. But we're out in front of Hadjar, so despite being overtaken, we're up to P8. Evening, Adrian. What have you missed? You've missed some glorious action. Oh, yellow flag. Who's that for? Who's that for? Someone running a bit wide. Albon with a lock-up at turn 3.
What happened there? And they're bound to be struggling with the wet track. And the car just locks, and they ended up their own passenger.
They just about kept it out. Have we seen a pit crash? No, it's impossible to crash in the pits. We've got another yellow flag. It's a safety car.
We need to save tires in high speed.
Lindblad's out.
Now here, we're taking turn 6.
Oh, he's going to go straight on, isn't he?
And there's the contact. And that won't do the car any good at all.
Yeah, that's Alex Albon from a couple of years back. Almost George Russell. So we have our first safety car of the year.
Safety car, safety car. Charge
And we are
one.
4th and 8th.
Stay as close as you can to 0 on the
And
data.
I'm feeling very pleased with myself right now.
Do whatever you need for tyres. We need to do full management on this set.
All right, Oscar and Antonelli are taking the opportunity to switch to new wet tyres. That makes really good sense. I don't know if we'll jump Antonelli. We're not going to get Piastri, I don't think. Sonoda might. It will be very, very tight. We might get Antonelli. Piastri just holds the lead. We have got Antonelli. We're up to 3rd. Have I seen the movie Apocalypto? No, I haven't. That's Mel Gibson directorial movie, wasn't it?
What position are we?
So at the moment, P3. Next guy in front will be Tsunoda.
Make TVR. Trust me. So, as always, we're going to take advantage of the safety car. I'll see you in a second.
Energies are good.
Pick one for Adrian. I already did. TVR. Classic British sports car. Of course, if you want something American, Chevrolet. They have a Chevy logo, as well as Cadillac or Ford, but they're a lot more complicated. Even in game, they're bashing on the Aston safety car. Oh, I love it. So we have a lot of wet weather to go before it dries out a bit. We might go to winters here, at which point this is where we will possibly take a gamble with Hadjar. At the very least, we'll box in for a new set of tyres, a new set of wets. But we might try potentially boxing in for a set of inters.
Yeah.
Guess what you just got? Herpes?
Tire's good, or should I cool them more?
We need to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the tires.
We're having another lap behind the safety car. Lap 15 complete. Start of lap 16. And we've just about sorted out our fuel.
No more lift and coast.
Okay.
I haven't done a Lada logo in my car, but I've done a Skoda. It's quite funny. Every now and again, I'll go into like the subreddit, or I'll go onto the Discord, and I'll see people posting logos that are mine and trying to pass them off as their own. It's like I can spot my work. Like we've got another lap behind the safety car. Unless it comes in incredibly late here, which it might do. He tried to copy the Porsche logo, but it was very fiddly and complicated. That was one of the very first ones I actually did. I got better at pacing the videos in terms of having a little, I don't want to say pause, but you know, just that extra little beat before starting the next layer in some of the later videos.
We need to maintain position.
Right, surely we're going to get back underway this lap. Track's getting worse.
Let's get after these cars in front.
Yep.
Charge on.
And there we go. We are getting back
Safety
underway
cars
at
in
the end
this
of this
lap.
lap. Currently sitting third with Hamilton, eighth with Hadjar. And there we go, green flag conditions.
Safety car is in the pits.
Safety car needs to speed up.
And we are off and running again.
Tires, please.
I thought I heard a lock up. And there we go, Antonelli's locked up. No, Sonoda. It was Sonoda. So we're up to second.
And we can easily see how wet it is on the track. Well, you can see the lockup. Now, they did leave it very late.
This is a dream start to the weekend.
So let's go mode push.
Copy.
So deployed.
Understood.
Piastri's scampering away, completely unimpeded, no pressure from behind.
Tyre temps are good.
Yeah.
And here comes a look from Colapinto. Can we hold him off? Yes, we can, I hope. Yes, we can. Whew. There we go. So, still 8th place. Still 2nd place for Lewis, and Tonelli in 3rd behind us.
And tire temperatures are good.
And hopefully we survived the worst of it now, so we can
Charge
save
on.
some battery.
Charge on.
Copy.
So I'm hopeful that Hamilton can just do what he needs to do without having to put him into a defensive mode. I'm trusting to his skill and his wet weather skill in particular. Hadjar, we've got driving in a more defensive posture because his tyres are much, much worse than the cars around us. Still good enough, though. The only thing that is going to be potentially a risk is the fact that driving like this does increase the chance of us being torpedoed in that corner. Colapinto clearly has more pace than us, but we are doing everything we can to stop him from getting through. And there's a move from Charles Leclerc, looking at the inside of Bottas. Has he got him? Still side by side. And Leclerc muscles through. And then it's Leclerc up into 10th. I talked about a Fittipaldi team earlier. I've done a logo for Fittipaldi, the F, that they use for their tyre business, I think. But I haven't finished it yet. I still need to do some refining on that before it's ready for release. So that video will probably be about a week away. Canon is pretty much done Just need to sit down, plot it, and then record it. But if you want a Brazilian manufacturer, Puma is there. Puma Automotive. I've done their logo. That was a strange one. But I wanted to take on that challenge when someone asked for it. Of course, the other good thing about driving like this is that we are potentially going to build a gap up. Oh, this might be a look from Colapinto. Nope. He backs out of it. Is that we're starting to build potentially a bit of a gap to Lewis as well. So when pit stops potentially come around, there's a good chance that Hamilton can at least stay ahead of some of the cars that are definitely quicker than us, like Colapinto, Leclerc, etc. Bearman's still stuck at the back of the grid, look. Poor Ollie. Norris is down in 17th place. And again, they're just stuck in dirty air. Can't get through in these conditions. Sainz in 11th. And still we have the measure of Franco Colapinto. Track drying up quite quickly as the weather has changed a bit. The rain intensity's dipped. We're going to have a little bit of time. Oh, yeah, you can see it's definitely going to be another stint for wets, isn't it? We're probably going to keep Hamilton out. His tyres will go the distance. We're going to ease the push level down a bit. But we are going to need to box Hadjar, I think.
Understood.
Let's try and open that gap a bit more.
Okay.
Charge on.
Yeah.
And refill the battery so that we can push when we need to when we come back out. The only question is, do I go onto Inters for a few laps? I don't think it's worth it. I don't know. Might be worth it. Norris and O'Ward fighting. And Norris has lost the place to Pato O'Ward. Is that a long enough time on Inters? It might be worth a gamble.
And we need to look after these tires.
Let's do it. Let's gamble. This might not work out, but
Boxing this lap.
we'll see.
We're going to box sprinters.
Let's see if anyone else follows suit. Ah, damn it. Antonelli's jumped us.
We've seen it. Race is long. Car behind is Tsunoda. And we need to look after the tires.
All right, here we come.
Try to stay in front.
It's not bad. We are now potentially going to be very quick for a small window of laps.
35 laps to go at the end of this
And
one.
depending on how many laps we have, again, those on wets could start cooking their tyres again. Anyone who's stuck in dirty air, like Tsunoda, is definitely going to start feeling that very soon. Gasly and Ocon fighting just behind us. Russell is up there as well. Gasly is through, but might not get the better launch. Do I not use deploy as soon as I come out the pits? No, not unless the tyres are fired up, because otherwise I'm just asking for a driver to lose control. And the risk of an incident or a driver mistake, regardless of skill level, has been increased with the new version of realistic racing. Besides, at this point, I want to save it to get these overtakes in. I'm going to catch up very quickly as it is, but if I've got nothing to help push through, then I'm just going to sit there burning the tyres up.
And we need to take care of these tires.
Yep.
Tyre temps starting to go up for us. You can only imagine what they're going to be like for Tsunoda in that dirty air. I don't know if anyone else is going to make another stop, but I'm hoping that they do, and that way I can keep Lewis out and maybe luck my way into the lead. Well, it depends how much we lose on the tyres. It might be better just to box. It is now, because of that safety car, a very long way to go. I certainly don't want to box in for inters because I don't want to have to get stuck in traffic fighting. We did a 1:29.4, quickest car on the track last lap. Just. But this lap will be even better. Is Battle Assist not making me slower? It is. But it's also helping Hamilton defend, which is why it's on. It's not on for Hadjar. Hadjar is not running any assist at the moment. You can see we're now starting to gobble up the tarmac between us and Bearman. Tsunoda's got through.
All right, let's concentrate.
And now it's us that's going to get that extra heat.
Use the energy.
I don't think I'm going to be quick enough to be able to actually get back past Tsunoda here. But we'll try for a lap. We'll see what happens. Hadjar, a 1:28.9 last lap. Took 1.7 seconds out of Bearman. Haven't got long left before the track starts getting wet again.
Understood. Yep.
There we go, it's starting to get wetter again already.
Tires battle on.
It just wasn't a long enough period to make this work. So I tried to get past Tsunoda, couldn't quite, and now I've gone into a more defensive tyre posture for Hamilton. Make sure we don't cook these tyres so that he's got a chance of going to the end. At the very least, even if I don't gain a lot of time on these guys with Hadjar, I'll have brand new wets and hopefully a full confidence bar as well.
You've got the pace.
Yeah.
We are closing in fast. Just trying to see if we can get a couple of overtakes before we do need to stop. Sainz gets past Bottas into 10th. It's very hard to pass in general with the new realistic racing. Plus, I'm not even trying to overtake him now. I'm driving in clean air and avoiding curbs, trying to keep the temperature out of the tyres. See how dark the clouds have got again, as the heavy rain is just moments away.
Cool the car.
Yeah.
Bearman driving defensively.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
See how Bearman just moved across there. It means he's going into a slightly defensive posture. And that's why we didn't try and pull out and overtake him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, punched her up the inside. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, he chopped us. He chopped us.
There's progress to be made.
Yeah, okay. Copy. Yeah.
It's almost impossible to overtake through that section there. And this time we're alongside enough and we'll easily breeze past him in the braking zone.
Yeah.
It cost me all of my battery to do it though, unfortunately.
Reduce K1 usage.
Yeah, okay.
And we are seeing guys boxing.
Charge on.
Yeah.
And it's a little early to box. to get the tyres in the best possible window.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We are in peak confidence, which was my hope before we did stop him.
So next car, Perez.
A little bit of battery back
Do
in the
your
car.
best.
We're going to have to box this lap,
Charge on.
so let's just harvest.
Charge on. So boxing this lap.
I'm going to box Hamilton. I don't think those tyres will last. So we're going to potentially lose our podium.
And box now, box.
No box stop.
All right, this could be a
Sleeper
bad
track,
decision,
pit
but
exit.
I just didn't like the look of my tyres with that many laps to go. It's a 2.0 second stop, not bad. Albon's in, O'Ward's
It's
in.
very slippery.
Yeah, good.
We're still in the points, just.
And what's a wide line on exit?
We get out in front of Yuki Tsunoda. A 1.894, quickest stop of the season for us so far. It's the quickest stop of the day as well, beautiful. And we're right back on Bearman again. So, yeah, we did definitely catch up, didn't we? With him having stopped again. Right, now we can stop driving in clean air, stop avoiding curbs.
Charge on.
And let's see. If we get, because a lot of people haven't stopped yet, if we get a late safety car, well, I say late safety car, if we get a safety car in the next 10 laps, we may well see a whole load of people diving into the pits. In fact, Ocon's in now.
And you can use all the boost
It's
bar.
not a bad stop. We've got a chance to jump him again. There goes Schumacher. There goes Hamilton. And Tsunoda. And possibly Norris. There goes Norris.
Continue.
So back up to 9th place. Are you deliberately trying to jinx us, Maicon? Because if you are, please don't do that.
Yep.
And tire temperatures are good.
There is nothing wrong with Hadjar. He is better than several drivers on the grid. The car is significantly worse than the rest of the grid.
Car behind is
Can
Tsunoda.
only do so much.
Continue like this.
Perez is into the pits. That will bring him out behind Hadjar.
Race is long.
And we just about squeeze through against Mick. Lovely stuff.
Just a
Back up to
reminder,
8th.
guys.
Just in time to run out of battery. There we go. So Bortoletto's up next. I don't know if we've got enough pace. Oh, Oscar's in. Wow, so we are seeing others going to stop soon. That could mean Bortoletto, Sainz, Colapinto, Leclerc, Gasly and Antonelli. It's not the best stop there for Piastri. But he had enough of a lead, I think, that he will be okay, especially since he stopped earlier. Colapinto's in. And so is Mick, so we got the overtake on Mick just in time to get that boost for overtaking him. It's going to be tight with Schumacher. It's going to be very tight with Schumacher. He's going to get out in front of us, but he's going to have to get his tyres fired up. And we took 1.4 seconds out of Bortoletto on that lap. 1.5 seconds out of Sainz. Just under a second out of Leclerc. 1.2 out of Gasly. 7 tenths out of Antonelli. We are getting an effective undercut here. If they do stop again. Evening, Landon. And that's Kimi in. I think he's still too far ahead for us to get an undercut on him, but we certainly closed the gap a bit. Stroll gets past Colapinto.
Got to him 1.4.
That is Bortoletto.
Right,
No,
let's
there's Bortoletto.
concentrate.
There's us. Sainz having a little look. He was never going to get that move done. I could have taken even more fuel out, and I could have been less aggressive on the fuel saving with Isaac. But then I wasn't expecting the safety car to last as long as it did. I was expecting a safety car of maybe 3 laps. We went, what, 5 behind the safety car?
Got to Tsunoda behind 1.4.
Right. Taking yet more time out of Sainz and Bortoletto. And Sainz is into the pits. Gasly and Leclerc did 133s, we did a 131.7, so we should get back in front of them when they stop. Yeah, the strategy gamble hasn't quite worked out for Hadjar today, unfortunately. but he has acquitted himself well when he's been in a good position. So there are encouraging signs for the rest of the year, assuming we can keep the car relatively close to the rest of the field.
And charge button on.
Understood.
Let's not forget he did start in, what, 18th place, 17th? No, 21st, I think. He started way at the back of the grid. And was running up to 8th at one point. This tyre's overheated more than I was expecting. And the second inter period just wasn't long enough.
And more energy available.
Don't think we're close enough to have a lunge here, but we'll have a look. Not quite.
Charge button on.
We still have 2 more parts to bring to the car that are ready to be put into production. The front wing and the underfloor are ready to be built. We just don't have the funds yet. We will do soon. Giving no clue. There we go, up the inside and through. And back to 5th place.
And charge button on, please.
Yes, it is a very
You are
pink
good to
livery,
go.
no clue. It was voted on. I had a choice of 3 colour schemes for the team, and pink was the winning choice last night. So, pink it is. We'll switch to red next year. If we're still here next year, we might move to another team. But I think we'll still be here next season.
Car behind Perez. No worries, mate.
Interesting 3-way battle developing here at the front. Gasly and Leclerc looking to tough it out. Piastri on those fresh tyres is all over them. He's making a move on his teammate. Can't get through yet. Has a look at the inside. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, but I think Leclerc will hold him off. Well, then again, maybe not. Piastri just muscles his way through. And he will get past Gasly pretty quickly, I think, given how easily he got past his teammate there.
He's 1.3 seconds behind. Just do your best. Okay, charge on.
Yeah.
Bottas gets past Norris. Side by side into turn 1. It's still not complete yet. I'm not going to argue with this anymore. Argue on this with you anymore, Mike. You know, I know how the game works. Hamilton's stats are monstrous compared to Hadjar's, especially in these conditions.
Just focus as a long race.
And the car is objectively the worst car on the grid. So Piastri lining up. Pierre Gasly, is he going to have a lunge here into turn 3? Not this lap. There's still a chance we might see Albon or Colapinto retire if they hit a curb in the wrong way. They have got damaged underfloors.
A long way to go.
Another bad trip over a curb will see them retire. And this might be a chance for Oscar. The line is covered. I think Gasly's in full defense mode right now. And it means we're lapping about a second quicker than them. So we might find ourselves catching up to the back of Antonelli and Leclerc pretty soon. And look how much of a gap we've opened up to Bortoleto. I mean, we're on full attack. Bortoleto's still on older tyres. We're using that new rubber to our advantage, and Sonoda capitalises. Bortoleto might have to stop if his pace has gone completely.
There's progress to be made.
He's staying out for now, but he's already almost a second behind Sonoda. And Ocon's all over him. Looks like he's in a defensive posture as well. Still no way through for Oscar Piastri, and they did a 1:34 last lap. We did a 1:32.7, so another 1.4 seconds gained. And we're now just 3 seconds behind Antonelli, who's tucked up behind a slow Charles Leclerc. We are still just about in the hunt for the podium. And we really shouldn't be as well. I mean, that gamble of starting on the Inters really paid off. It did not for others. Schumacher also started on the Inters, and he's down in 19th right now.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
And Leclerc has been overtaken by Antonelli. Still, Piastri can't get through. But Leclerc is struggling, and there is Hamilton. So, across the line, it's a 1:33.7. We did a 1:32.7, another second gained. He took 1.4 seconds out of Charles Leclerc.
To him 1.8.
We're still gaining fuel as well, despite being in full push. Are we going to get any little slip in the way? Oh, look at this. Oh, now. That is a dilemma. That is a real dilemma. I mean, this could work out beautifully for Isaac, but it's a massive dilemma for us with Hamilton. It looks like Gasly and Leclerc and Bortoleto and Norris are hanging on for dear life to switch to Inters. As Piastri finally gets through past Pierre Gasly, he will now scamper off into the distance. question is, do I try and keep Hamilton out? He's got the tyre life at the moment, but depending on how dry it gets, that tyre life will disappear very quickly. We're lucky we've got a gap to Sonoda of about 5 seconds. Portoletta's already 3 further seconds back. Let's get some battery in the car while we're stuck in the dirty air of Charles Leclerc so we can punch past him.
Understood.
You know, I'm guessing you're referring to this here on the side. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons I'm running this version, this leaderboard, rather than the extended UI leaderboard mod that's available on Overtake.
Continue like this.
Let's get some more battery into Hadjar as well in preparation for needing
Charge
it.
on.
Yeah.
We are definitely going to have to take that gamble again, put him on Inters and hope that we can get him up a few places. We need him to finish in the top 18.
So deployed.
Yep.
The way through. Antonelli's stuck behind Gasly now. And that's actually giving Leclerc a distant slipstream.
Alright, let's concentrate.
This is my last opportunity. Just couldn't quite squeeze through, damn it. All right,
And just reminder
track is
on
starting
the
to
right.
dry.
Yep. And charge button on.
Himmelsstand. Antonelli still frustrated behind Gasly. Williams are a little down on power this year. They are running the BMW engine for the first time this season.
Long way to go in this race.
It's slightly the weakest engine in terms of outright power. But it is comparable to ours, and I see now you're talking about real life. Yeah, it's a little concerning that they are behind schedule and not going to make the first test. It didn't go well for them last time they had to do that. And that was the start of their transitional period. Hopefully they'll be a bit better prepared this year. I mean, I'd like to think they're just ironing out a couple of wrinkles in the car, but I'm a little worried for them. It's been good seeing a resurgence in Williams, and I like that to continue. I haven't read up the reason yet. I mean, if they've failed their crash and stress test, they've probably just taken too much weight out of the car. They'll have to make it a little bit stronger and therefore a little bit heavier. Right, we still haven't got past
No worries, mate.
But we are
Charge on.
harvesting some battery. The track is drying up. And we are going to need to switch to inters. Everyone's going to need to switch to inters. So it's going to be really important to judge this just right for Hamilton. Does Jamie Chadwick appear in the games? Not without being modded in. That's too early, Gasly. But his tyres have given up. Oh, actually, it might not be. Track is drying up quickly. You might have judged that just right. Let's take that gamble.
Mode in. Box this lap.
It'll be better for us than it will be for him. He'll still have to do a bit. In wet conditions, it should be just about perfect for us. Well, almost perfect for us when we come out the pits. Bortoletto is in as well.
Yeah.
Inters for him. Uh, 2.0 stop. He's already got a quicker stop than that.
You're in clearer.
We now need
Understood.
to get past ASAP. Get him now. Get him now.
Box now, box.
Excellent. We get the overtake before the stop. That boosts
So,
Hamilton's
box
confidence.
now, box for Inters. We think Inter is much quicker. And we need charge button on.
Agile's tyre's going to be at the right temperature any second. It's time to push like crazy.
Mode push.
Yeah.
This is our undercut opportunity for Isaac. It's a 2.2 second stop. It's not great.
And watch a wide line on exit.
Can we get out in front of Gasly? Just. Oh, we just managed to undercut Pierre Gasly. Can we stay ahead? Please stay ahead. Please, please, please.
Gap to him, 0.9. 10 laps to go.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that was important. Right, Norris is out of the pits. He was comfortably ahead of us, so no real loss there. But it's Schumacher, Perez, Bearman, Albon and Lawson that we desperately need to undercut. Which is why we're on absolutely all out, full beans attack.
Doing a good job on tires.
10 laps to go, and are the leaders going to chance it? Are they going to stay out on the full wets, or are they going to go to the inters? 9 laps to go. This is going to be an interesting end to this Grand Prix here. Very interesting. I'm sure Leclerc's going to need to stop. He hasn't yet, though. His tyres are going to melt the second we get down below 3 mil. And they're already old. Our tyres are up to temp. We are closing in on Colapinto. Yeah, there are very few genuine women drivers in this game's database without using mods. Jamie Chadwick isn't there, Alice Powell's not there, there are a few others. But some of the younger drivers like Dorian Pin, Bianca Bustamante, Aurelian Nobles, they're there.
Continue. Keep
Right,
going.
track is now in the absolute perfect condition for us. Are we going to see a flurry of stops? No stops from the leaders yet, so the tyres are going to overheat like
You need to
crazy.
keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Yeah.
Got some rain.
That's Hamilton back to 9th. I think they're going to try and stay out, you know. Look how much we've closed the gap down to Schumacher and co.
You did a good job. At the moment, P9.
Gasly gets through as well.
Cornish.
Have we got a yellow flag? No! No, 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 don't. Ah, good, he's back going again.
You were the
Hadjar
fastest
sets a
car
new
on track
fastest
last
lap. 127.3. Gasly's lost 2 places. That's excellent
We
news
should
for
be
us.
able to take a look here.
That takes
Circuit
pressure off
looking quite
Hamilton
damp.
without having to worry about someone right behind trying to punch through as well.
Very heavy on the brakes. Not surprising, I suppose.
So he
given
didn't
these
complete the move on
conditions.
Colapinto, lost out to Sites as well. Next up is our old tag team partner, Valtteri.
Next guy in front, Bottas.
And we muscle our way through.
Race is long. So you are doing a good job. Continue like this. So at the moment you are P8. Next guy in front is a Stroll.
I think we're staying out, you know. Piastri's staying out. Antonelli and Tsunoda are. So's Leclerc. They are gambling. They are gambling on staying out. And the track is way too dry for those tyres. Their pace is going to fall off dramatically. Ours is going to be electric in a couple of laps. We're going to have so much more grip in the corners as well. Both into and out of.
Charge on.
Bortoleto has already got past Mick. It's going to be tight, but I mean, we took 3 seconds out of Schumacher on that lap alone. And the track is still drier. There's Hamilton punching through.
Good job. So we are P7. Next guy in front will be Russell.
And Leclerc is in. I didn't think he would be able to make it. That's P6. We did a 127.7. We took 1.7 seconds out of George Russell, and we spent half of the lap behind Lance Stroll.
6 laps to go.
Is anyone else going to stop, or are they going to just keep going? Missing the 5-day test is a massive... Well, it's not technically a 5-day test. It's a 3-day test over 5 days. They could choose which days, but... I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's definitely still a blow, but there are still 2 more tests. It's not like before where they missed testing and that was it. You know, they missed all of testing because there was only 1 test weekend. There we go. Hamilton's through into P5. Hadjar is still chasing down the cars that haven't stopped. We will get there. Just. P18 is still on for Isaac. A 127.7, new fastest lap. 127.0. 2.7 seconds out of Ocon. We're on him already.
Laps to go. Ocon in front. Gap to him 0.9. Alright, let's concentrate.
I don't believe she was in either of the other two games either. I'll have to check the PS5 at some point, but I'm pretty sure she wasn't in either of those. There we go, that's Ocon dispatched.
Use the energy. So you are doing a good job. So
Norris has caught up to Schumacher.
Next guy in front is
And
Tsunoda.
we're only a couple of seconds behind, and we've been building the battery back up for these last couple of laps. Gasly sets a new fastest lap, 126.4. This could be an even quicker lap for Hamilton because we're now pushing battery as well. Look at them all lined up. This is where it's going to get complicated. Bouncing between cars, trying to make sure that we can get them both through as quickly as possible. Well, having said that, once we get past Tsunoda, it's pretty much focusing on Isaac. So much more traction out of the corner. There we go, Hamilton's through. I don't think we can catch Antonelli, but that would be amazing. We're on the podium though, which is still fantastic.
So at the moment you have P3.
Cool the car.
Yeah. Copy.
3 laps to go.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Yes. Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Go mode push.
Yes. Copy.
I thought we might suddenly be able to get both, and we ended up getting neither.
Yeah.
And just a reminder on guys.
We should dive bomb Schumacher comfortably here. There we go.
The temperatures are going slightly up.
Understood.
Really good job. Norris ahead of you. Charge on.
Yeah.
The left rear is getting a bit hot.
Screw the left rear.
Copy.
Let's have mode push.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we boxed in Norris. Now we should hopefully be able to get past Perez. Oh no, he's blocked us. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Okay, that's good. So Perez.
Hamilton just... Oh, God, there's Norris. Go away, Norris. Go away. Come on. Come on. Come on. We're just 3 seconds behind Antonelli. We took over 3 seconds out of him on that last lap. We've got a chance of taking second. We're out of battery, though. Of course, we're out of battery.
Just do your best.
Touch button on.
Antonelli might be just a little bit too far ahead. Bearman's going to drop here, hopefully. There we go. That's Bearman. Can we get our one here as well?
All good. Car ahead is Albon.
Get alongside him, get alongside him. There we go, we've got him. 1 lap to go, 1.8 seconds behind Antonelli and closing. Lawson up next.
Last lap.
Whoa. Talk about working hard for it. Jesus. 1.4 seconds behind Hadjar. My voice is going again. 1.4 seconds behind Antonelli. Sorry. We might yet get second. Hamilton would lead the World Championship if that's the case, I think. Possibly. I don't know. I can't remember where Piastri came in the sprint. I think he actually won it, didn't he? Yeah, so Piastri's going to lead the World Championship. But we'll be up there. We'll be up in second, I think. Or third. Somewhere around there. Hadjar is almost in range of Lawson. Everything you got left battery-wise now.
Load push.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Oh, he's blocking us. Damn it. It's going to have to be third. It's going to have to be third. But what a drive.
To reduce K1 usage.
Can we sneak our way past Lawson? We're out of battery. Let's try and get a nice slipstream out here and then try and out-brake him at the end.
And check it flag.
Yeah, come on. P15. What a great end to the race for Isaac. Now we missed the thing at the top. Piastri wins. Charles Leclerc gets the fastest lap on the final lap as he crosses the line. It's going to be P15 for Isaac, comfortably inside his target of 18th. Hamilton just missing out on the second step of the podium by 1/10 of a second. What a crazy but fantastic race that was.
There we've got the Williams driver returning to the pit lane.
And for them, it's P16 and no points from today's race.
The highly decorated record breaker from Stevenage once again taking to the podium.
That's going to make them very happy, taking home their first trophy this year.
Well, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park, but it was a thrilling weekend here for us all at the Australian Grand Prix. Well, Kareem, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'd certainly be pleased to have made the podium. A job well done for sure.
And that's about that for this weekend here in Melbourne.
Next round will see us head east as F1 prepares for the Japanese Grand Prix. We'll see you at Suzuka, a firm favourite for the drivers.
Oh, what a Grand Prix. What a Grand Prix weekend. Great way to start the season. Confirmation of the final results. It is a win for Oscar Piastri. The reigning champion kicks off his season in superb style. Antonelli takes second. He's going to be a real threat, I think, this season if Mercedes can keep their car close to Red Bull. Hamilton, 4 places gained, takes 3rd podium on the opening Grand Prix of the season to go with an excellent sprint result as well. Gasly takes 4th place, up 6 places. He had a good race as well. He judged his tyre strategy pretty well. Tsunoda in 5th, Ocon in 6th, George 7th, Leclerc 8th. Then it's Bortoleto in 9th. Lance Stroll gets, the final point of the season, or the final point of the race, as I should say. Bottas in 11th, missing out. Then Colapinto in 12th. Sainz 13th, 14th for Pato O'Ward on his debut. Isaac up to 15th place at the end. Then it's Liam Lawson, Lando Norris, Alex Albon, Ollie Bearman, Sergio Perez, and Mick Schumacher ending up at the back of the grid. His teammate Arvid crashing early on, bringing out that rather long safety car. So, in the Drivers' Championship, Oscar leads, 31 points for him across race and sprint. Hamilton in 2nd place with 23 points, having won the sprint and taking 3rd in the Grand Prix. Antonelli has 19 points, just the 1 point from the sprint, plus 2nd in the Grand Prix. Then it is Gasly in 4th place with 12 points, also 12 points for Esteban Ocon. Tsunoda has 10. Bearman on 7, Russell 6, 5 for Lindblad, 4 points for Charles Leclerc. Then it's 3 for Sainz, 2 for Bortoleto and Pato O'Ward. Stroll has a point. Hadjar unfortunately does not have points, but has brought in some money, some much needed money. It is Bottas P15, 16th for Colapinto, 17th for Hadjar, 18th for Lawson, 19th for Lando Norris. Albon 20th, then Perez and Schumacher at the back. And we had some pretty good stops as well. We'll check those in a minute. But let's take a look at the constructors' standings. So Red Bull top with 35 points. Cadillac 2nd with 23. 1 ahead of Aston Martin on 22. Mercedes have 19 points. Then it's Haas with 12. Ferrari with 10. 8 for McLaren. 5 points for Nissan. 2 points for Maserati. 1 point for Audi. And the only team who did not score a point this weekend across race or sprint, Williams with their new BMW engine. And my voice is gone again. Ah, dear. Right then, pit stops. So we got the quickest stop of the day with Isaac's 1.893, quickest stop of the season so far. We also got 6th place with Hamilton's 1.997. So excellent points. And a nice, healthy little lead for us at the start of this year's competition. McLaren getting 2nd and 9th. Nissan getting some good points in 3rd. Mercedes 4th. Williams taking 5th and 10th. Audi getting some points in 7th and 8th for Ferrari's Bearman stop. Let's see what the table looks like, shall we? We have 33 points. 13 points ahead of McLaren, who are on 20. Then it's 15 points for Nissan, 12 for Mercedes, 11 for Williams, 6 for Audi, 4 for Ferrari, and no points as yet for Haas, Red Bull, Maserati, or Aston. And there you see a summary of the stops. We made a lot more stops than I was planning on making. I thought I'd try and be clever, but I think the gambles on tyres, while they didn't initially pay off for Hadjar, they did at the end. And they certainly paid off well for Hamilton. We were so close to clinching 2nd in the race there. So very, very pleased with all the gambles that we took today. It's absolutely worked out. And of course, both drivers bring in 1.3 million. So 2.658 million added to the bank balance. Let's head back to HQ, start putting some more parts into production, and see where we are in time for Suzuka, which is just 4 days away. So here we are then back at HQ. And of course the board were in attendance. They asked to come. I'm so glad that they did, because what a way to kick off our season. Board should be absolutely buzzing from that result. Fingers crossed. Let's check the inbox first of all though. So yes, we're in debt, I know. Don't need to tell me twice. Board attendance at the Grand Prix. Congratulations on achieving a fantastic result. That's what I like to see. Increased our confidence in your leadership as team principal. Excellent stuff. Post-race data, the cars came through completely unscathed, which is nice. You can see that we actually used up a bit more engine power for Hamilton there. But he did run a bit more in qualifying in both Sprint and Grand Prix. Gearbox, negligible difference, and slightly more power ERS usage, again, negligible. No parts damaged, which is always a good thing. So let's go to the board. Take a look at the board confidence. They were delighted with Melbourne. That's fantastic. So we've got race performance dissatisfied already. Or was it already there? I forget. But we have them at satisfied. We have dropped another disappointing result off the bottom of the table. Hopefully we can drop some more of these with some excellent results in the next couple of races before we inevitably start slipping back down the grid again. Finances, yeah, not great that we have a big chunk of debt at the start of March, but team is still bleeding money through high value contracts, unfortunately. So we've got the funds now to start building our front wings. Four days to Japan. It's a normal Grand Prix. I could rush 3. That's going to cost me $1 million. I'll have a spare for race day. No, we're too strapped for cash. Let's just build 4 normal, and that's cheaper. But it means we'll only have 1 for the Grand Prix going in, and then we'll have a spare on race day. Because race day is 6 days away. So we'll do that. We'll probably give it to Isaac, actually, over Hamilton. And the underfloor. We can get the underfloor started. We will not have these in time for Suzuka, but we will have them in time for China. Let's get 4 of those into production for 1.6 mil. There we go. Fantastic. So just a suspension to build, or to design, and then we'll have a complete spec 2 car. So that's nice. Let's dive into the calendar. When do we get money from our sponsors? Let's have a look. Nothing soon. There we go. Beginning of April is when we'll get them. We've got a big gap, actually, between Suzuka and China. So, wow, yeah, really big gap. And then a 2-week gap before we go to Bahrain. Not Bahrain, sorry. Abu Dhabi. And then from Abu Dhabi, we've got a 2-week gap until we go to Qatar. And then 2 weeks to Singapore, and then back-to-back with Baku. 2 weeks till Spain, 3 weeks till Monaco, 3 weeks to Austria. So we've got some really good spaces to rebuild our stock between these Grand Prix. And then it's our summer break. And then we go to Silverstone, and then back-to-back with the Netherlands. 1 week rest period before we go to back-to-back races in Hungary and Belgium. And then we've got a nice little break again. A 4-week gap until we go to Imola. No, not Imola, sorry, Monza. Then Miami, then Canada. So we've got a triple header. Then we've got 3 weeks until Vegas, then Mexico, and then Brazil. So we finish with a triple header as well. Woo, okay, busy. Final race of the season will be December the 16th. That's one thing I do wish that we could do with the custom calendar options inside the editor is not just choose the order of the races and whether we're running sprints, etc., but choose the actual date that the race runs as well, so we don't end up with running all the way into the middle of December with a triple header. It would have been nice to have finished the season at the end of November, beginning of December here, and then have these 2 weeks for focus and other stuff. But the other downside as well is that those 2 races, the money from those 2 races will come too late for us to do any additional research. Because then we'll only have like 2 and a bit weeks until the end of the season. So, yeah, bit of a shame, but we've got lots of gaps in between some of our earlier Grand Prix to at least make sure that we've got plenty of parts, etc. So, an interesting calendar this season. Very differently spaced out than before. Let's take a quick look at our mentality, shall we? So, he's grumpy and miserable. But he's at least neutral now rather than demoralized or negative. We have enthusiasm from 3 people. Let's start with Hamilton, though. So Hamilton is very happy with his salaries. He damn well should be at 42 mil a year. Very happy with results. His affinity level. 3 other things that we can't see. Team performance-wise, very happy with race and qualifying results. He's not happy with the facilities. He's not happy with the staff. He's really unhappy about the car performance. So he's actually negative about me. Cheeky. Very cheeky. And we've got just, good mentality, positivity all round for Isaac, which has bumped him all the way up to enthusiasm. That's good. Still don't know if Hamilton is going to retire this year. Very tempted to see if he does want to stay on. We'll have a look, actually. It's probably way too early to see, but we'll have a look and see if he is, getting ready to announce a retirement. We've got good sort of mentality out of those guys. Everyone here is okay. Cadillac, that's the happiest he's been since he joined us. He came in with some positivity and immediately went into negativity. He was demoralized briefly, but now he's at least, back to his semi-cheerful state. Right, scouting, drivers. Max is going to be made an offer at some point this season, but the question is when. Hamilton is still open to negotiations, so could well be... could he decide to stay on another year? I don't know. I think he's going to retire this year. I really don't know whether or not to offer him another contract for one more year, and then maybe see if I can get Lindblad at a seduced rate or someone like that to replace Hamilton. What is left for us to check? Wind tunnel refurb needs 1.5 mil. That's low on the list of priorities right now. Boardroom and tour centre. That we do need to refurb. That's worth a lot. And we can't afford the boardroom. That is... we could have afforded it if we hadn't done that. But the board are happy for now. So we'll just save some money. And at some point we'll just do a straight upgrade, I think, instead. That might be a bit better than refurbing it, only to then maybe stick an upgrade on it later in the season anyway. Let's advance time. We have the last of our chassis, so we have 4 of the new chassis now. Very nice. Survey, we've just gone through all the mentality. We didn't check our reserves. Ugo's at 79. I think he's gone up by a point, hasn't he? I thought he was at 78 when he joined us. Yeah, I'd like to see some improvement out of Isaac in stats this season. I don't understand why he's not been gaining stats very well, especially now that we have a level 5 simulator. Let's see. It's going to be cold. High chance of rain at Suzuka, which will be our race on Monday. And wow, yeah, look at that. We've got heavy rain forecast on Friday. It'll be dry on the Saturday for qualifying. And then heavy rain forecast again on the Sunday. That's an interesting weather there. I wonder if we will actually even see a little bit of rain on the Saturday. That would be interesting. But I don't think we'll do as well there as we did in Melbourne. But we can only dream, can't we? It's all going to come down to how well we can qualify. And without it being a wet quali, I think that's probably a little bit beyond us. One thing we can do is, I'm curious who got driver of the day. Let's create a save. There we go. Let's bring up the standings. And let's load in our new save. Ooh. So, next season. Wow, look at all these seats that are available. Ah, yeah. Well, Hamilton is out of contract at the end of the year. That's why it's TBD. Ocon will be out of contract this year. So will Perez. He's on a 1-year deal. Limba's there, isn't he? Bottas is on a 1-year deal. Schumacher's out of contract at the end of the season. Norris is out of contract at the end of the season. Bortoletto's out of the contract at the end of the season. God, can you imagine if Norris goes back to McLaren? I mean, imagine he'll re-sign with Mercedes, but we've seen stranger things. So that is the current driver situation for next season. Let's go to stats. So, no, we don't want stats. We want race. Here we go. Bortoletto got drive of the day. He had 21 overtakes. Wow. I mean, he gained 10 places. Other notable performers: Hadjar, Hamilton, Gasly, and Stroll. Excellent stuff. Both drivers there getting into the top performers bracket. But yeah, congratulations to Bortoletto for driver of the day. Right, let's close that down. Go back to the back to HQ, and that is it for tonight. I hope you have enjoyed what's turned out to be a pretty epic Grand Prix weekend, with a fantastic result, getting a win in the sprint, and then just narrowly missing out on second in the Grand Prix, taking third instead, but a podium on our full race debut this season. So really, really good. Those of you that have stuck through to the end and overcome the shittiness of my voice, because it really is struggling today, then I commend you and I thank you. If you are new to the channel, why not consider hitting that subscribe button? If you are subscribed, don't forget to make sure you hit the bell for notifications on when live streams come back. And if you have enjoyed tonight's stream, a thumbs up is always appreciated. There will be new tutorials coming next week. We'll have a tutorial for the Canon sponsor logo. There will also be one on Fittipaldi's F logo coming soon as well. And I'm going to spend the weekend working on other logos as well. So there'll be a whole flurry of new tutorials coming very soon. Plus, we are going to get other content back up and running again next week as well. So lots of stuff coming. Hopefully, you'll check that out. But if not, enjoy your weekends. I will be back possibly Sunday, but for definite on Monday with round 2 of season 4. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with some more F1 Manager very soon.